It is.
It is.
It's red.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay, that's a nice visual I needed.
Oh,
If everyone can take their seat, we're going to get started in just a minute, please. Okay, good evening, and welcome to the June 16th special meeting of the Planning Board. We're going to start with a roll call of our Planning Board members. On my left, Adam Raposa. And then starting on my far right, Stu Hardy.
Present.
Janice Gomes.
Present.
Rosemary Eva.
Present.
Alan Myers.
Present. Yay. Hey now.
Thank you for that.
Very present.
I'm Cheryl Valentine. I'm going to be facilitating this meeting tonight. I would also like to introduce Mr. Todd Romano, our Planning Board Attorney, Mr. Chris Spencer, our Town Planner, Susan Mara, our Weston and Sampson Planning Consultant, and Ed Rotella, our Land Use Clerk in the Planning Office. We're going to get right to the first item on our agenda. It's a major land development, Zero Main Road, Sousa Road, Plat 119, Lot 124. Project name is Trilogy Tiverton. Representing agent is Attorney Matthew Landry. This is for a master plan review, major land development. It is for 40 residential units, with 4 being low or moderate income housing. Project will include 17 duplex structures, 2 single family, and 1 mixed use structure. Mr. Landry?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the applicant Trilogy Tiverton LLC. As you know, we've been in front of the board on a few occasions. There's 2 items of action in front of the board this evening. One is the master plan application, which is technically an amendment to an existing approved master plan that came in a few years back as a comprehensive permit. As you know, there's been a substantial reduction in the amount of commercial space that's proposed for the site. We're maintaining 4 LMI units and a single commercial structure along Main Road. The reduction in the commercial is necessary to make this a viable project. And the second part of this proposal is a text amendment to what we call the RMUC, the Age Restricted Mixed Use Ordinance in town. As we've indicated on a number of occasions, there's a jurisdictional component to the RMUC, the way it's written today. There's a requirement that there's 90 acres of land and over 2,000 feet of frontage on a navigable waterway. We've worked in concert with the town and planning staff and council to provide a proposed text amendment to the RMUC that would allow a 55 plus mixed use community in the general commercial zone. We've gone through a lengthy discussion about the implications long term based on the language that we've proposed, and I believe staff in the town and the applicant are in agreement with the proposed language that provides some safeguards for the town and avoids the unwanted consequences by amending the ordinance on a project by project basis. The language restricts the use now to only the general commercial and the waterfront 2 business zone, which is where the only RMUC development in town exists. And extends it to the general commercial zone. You may recall that the RMUC, the way it's written now, actually allows it in every zoning district except the residential zoning districts. We've taken it one step further by restricting it now to just the GC and the W2 zoning districts, and imposed an additional jurisdictional component where you need a certain amount of developable land area. So there's really only a handful of lots in town that you could do this post-amendment. And before you, I believe, is a draft recommendation. So there'll be, again, 2 courses of action tonight, a vote on the land development approval, and then a vote on the recommendation to the town council for the text amendment. We have nothing further to present to the board unless there's any additional questions. My client is here this evening. Chris Duhamel, our engineer, is not here. We concluded his testimony. So we rest on all the materials that have been presented to the board to date.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Landry. I'd like to open this up to the public for any comments. And if you can address your comments to myself, and then we will determine who best to answer those. Does anyone from the public wish to make any comments? Anyone from the public? Okay, thank you.
That's good. Board's all set.
Okay, no, I'm going to ask the board next. Okay, I'd like to ask the board if anyone has any questions. Anyone on this side? Rosemary, please.
I can't get a green light.
No, it's right.
Okay. Okay. At the last meeting, you said, Mr. Landry, that you were putting the LMI units over the commercial
That's correct.
building on Main Road,
That's correct.
correct?
There's 4 LMI units in that building.
It's very difficult to hear you up here. I'm opposed to that because in the past, we've always integrated the LMI units in with the regular units, but that's just my opinion.
No, and I understand that. And my client had testified that the reasoning behind that is financing is very difficult with the commercial component and the LMI component mixed throughout. Separating that into that building makes it easier from that regard. And because it's not a comp permit, we're not required to integrate it throughout the development. That's typically something you see with comprehensive permits, but because he's doing that, he's volunteering for LMI units. We're not restricted to that condition that you would normally adhere to for a comp permit.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Are you all set? Okay. Any questions from our planning office?
No, I think we're all satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Romano, do you have any questions, any
ma'am.
issues? Okay. So I'll just ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, all those in favor? Rosemary, you're in favor? Okay. And Adam, I'm sorry, I didn't see down and look down that way. Okay. So next we need a motion on the proposed RMOC amendment. Does anyone have a motion, Stu?
I would like to support the RMUC amendment to move to recommend that to town council.
Second.
Okay. Do you need anything further on that before we?
Mr. Hardy, I just want to make sure we're clear on your motion. And you're recommending the RMUC amendments because they are consistent with the comprehensive plan and with the purposes of zoning as set forth in the statute, Rhode Island General Laws 452430.
Yes?
Okay. Thank you.
My second was also.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Thank you. Ed, did you get that? Okay, thank you. And now we need a motion on the master plan?
Yep.
Okay. Next step is asking for a motion on the master plan application to approve the master plan.
I would move to approve the master plan application.
Okay, thank you, Stu.
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Alan. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay,
Let me ask one question. Mr. Hardy, is that based on the recommendations and findings of the planning office memo of June 8, 2022, which was distributed both to the board and to the applicant?
Correct.
Thank you.
okay. And that was 5-1 vote that you have recorded. Thank you.
And just to, for the record, we have to make a few corrections on the draft decision. It's serviced, it's references that it's serviced by North Tiverton Water, but it's a project's going to be serviced by Stonebridge. And also, there's a reference to the commercial element being 5,800 square feet. And that's going to get changed as well. That's the total square footage of the building, but I believe the square footage for the commercial will only be like 1,700 square feet, somewhere along there. So
And I think you made a notation for the date of the minutes as well. on
correct.
that.
Yes.
Okay,
The TRC was March 23rd, not April 23rd.
okay, thank you. Anything else? All set. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Attorney Landry. Okay, the next item on the agenda, item number 2, public meeting, major land development comprehensive permit, 0 Souza Road, plat 301, lot 220, plat 110, lot 102, South Side Souza Road. Project name is Vital at Tiverton Commons. Applicant is BCP Properties LLC. Representing agent is Attorney John Mancini. This is for a residential community with 6 residential structures comprised of 256 units, 64 of which will be affordable. And the time clock ends today. So we will need to make a decision on this by the end of the evening. Attorney Mancini?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Hopefully you can hear me. There it is, a little bit better. Good. Again, for the record, John Mancini on behalf of the applicant in regards to our comprehensive permit for the installation and construction of a multifamily residential development consisting of 256 units, 25% of which will be deemed affordable.
Can you hold up? We're just having trouble hearing you. I'm not sure if it's because the door is open. Can you increase his mic, please?
Speak close to it as well. Is that, okay, much better, right?
Another speak.
He needs to turn the speaker towards us so we can hear it too.
Can you turn the speaker towards us? There you go.
A little more, I think. Otherwise, we're gonna feedback.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll start over.
Hey.
That's
Much better.
Thank you.
Perfect. Again, Madam Chair, for the record, John Mancini on behalf of the applicant, proposing this evening a comprehensive permit at preliminary plan stage of review. The application is consistent with and in furtherance of the state of Rhode Island comprehensive permit statute, which allows for us to develop a multifamily development at this site with a density bonus of 256 units. We are before you again at preliminary plan, having already received master plan approval. And we have been before you on multiple occasions, provided extreme amount of information. And we're hopeful that this evening will conclude our presentation and address all the issues and concerns that you have. I only have with me additional testimony, but testimony only relative to the comments that we had at our last meeting, and also specifically addressing the town's memorandum of June 8th, 2026. Accordingly, this evening, I want to just quickly talk about firefighting and address the questions that were raised by the board and also the comments made by Captain Murphy regarding that. And so I have our expert, Tim Lutz, who's going to talk about fire issues. We've also brought back Chad Atwater, who's been our project architect from this for this project during the preliminary plan stage. We had a robust discussion at the last hearing with regards to our height application and our height variance. We're seeking a variance for 2 of the residential buildings, which are the 4-story buildings, and we're asking for a variance to allow us to construct at a height no more than 60 feet, 11 inches. And that's to accommodate the design of the buildings as we've proposed at preliminary plan. I did submit prior to this evening a calculation and further memo prepared by the architect that clarifies, I think, many of the questions and comments that were had at the last hearing. So I'm going to have Mr. Atwater speak to that. Additionally, we also talked about the crosswalk and the feasibility of creating a sidewalk along Souza Road or a Souza Road, and also discussed the means of having some type of internal sidewalk to allow residents to utilize and to get people, pedestrians, to move them along Souza Road, specifically to the west. We've had additional discussion with the Rhode Island Department of Transportation and Molly Titus from Dupree Engineering, who's been the project engineer for this project from the very beginning, can give us some more information relative to that issue and what we have determined from DOT. And then we also have Robert Ferrari, who's been our water consultant for this project at preliminary plan. As you recall, at master plan, one of the conditions of master plan approval and one of the conditions for submission for preliminary plan was for us to prepare, in conjunction with Stonebridge Fire District, a hydraulic model and a study to determine capacity and water flow. That was completed by PAR Engineering. It was also reviewed by by the town engineers, and we've have had a discussion about that at the last meeting. There were some questions about Stonebridge's infrastructure. We've provided an additional memo from Mr. Ferrari with regards to the infrastructure and the questions that were posed at that meeting, and I'll have Mr. Ferrari further testify to that issue. And then finally, Molly will just conclude with regards to general stormwater concerns and issues relative to that. I've also had an opportunity and did receive yesterday the planning board staff summary, essentially summarizing the evidence that's been presented to date. And we've had a chance to review that, and we don't have any issues with that. I think that summary is very accurate, and it encapsulates all the information that we have provided to date, which has been a tremendous amount of information. And I want to thank the staff for doing that. And before I bring Tim Bluntz up, I just want to remind the board that we have gone through an extensive process here, and we've addressed all of the requirements necessary of both the town's regulations and the state statute, which governs this project, and which this project is being under which this project is being submitted. Most importantly, all of our experts have provided written testimony and oral testimony specific on a multitude of different issues that not only correlate to the requirements of the findings that are subject of our application that have to be determined by the planning board, but also additional questions, concerns that have been raised by the public through this very open process, as well as other issues that have been raised by the board. Most important of which has been water capacity, water flow, water demand. We've addressed all of those issues, we believe, satisfactory with competent, credible testimony from experts who are not only our experts, but also work with Stonebridge and are the town's experts. They're the best they're the best barometer in which to measure the water in which to determine capacity for this project. And most importantly, this project has gone through a peer review, experts, engineers, working for the town, reviewing all of the submission that we've submitted every step of the way, from not only the technical information provided by our water consultants, but the specific information provided by our traffic study, the detailed information provided by Deprete Engineering with regards to stormwater. This project has also received DM approval from the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, who's extensively reviewed our application for the stormwater as well as for as well as freshwater wetlands. We have made our submission to Rhode Island Department of Transportation in conjunction with our traffic study, which was presented by Todd Brighton of Brighton Associates to this board, as I mentioned previously, reviewed by your peer engineer. We don't not, as I stand here today, we do not yet have our DOT permit, the physical alteration permit. We've received comments, nothing of which we think is problematic or issued. But under the state statute, as you know, we're not required at preliminary plan to have any of our state agency approvals. In addition, this project has also been reviewed somewhat in a hybrid, both following the new revised state statute with regards to comprehensive permits, as well as the traditional land development project statute, which calls for 4 levels of review, including pre-application, master, preliminary, and final. We have had a pre-application process. We've been reviewed by our technical review commission. We've been reviewed by this board at master plan, received master plan approval, and then we went and proceeded to file and submit all of our state approvals in conjunction with our preliminary plan. So this is not a plan that has been whimsical. It's a plan that's been extensively designed, engineered, and proven to a reasonable degree of engineering satisfaction, reviewed again by your town and by state agencies. So with that, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, if there are any questions, I'd like to bring my first witness up just to quickly address some of the comments made with regards to firefighting.
Okay.
So just for the record, if you could raise your hand, be sworn in.
And state your name, please, sir.
Timothy J. Lutz Senior.
And sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that is your solemn affirmation?
I do.
And can you spell your last name, please?
Lutz.
Thank you.
My experience is 33 years with Providence Fire, of which 17 were in fire prevention as an assistant deputy state fire marshal, enforcing the fire code, part of planning and development meetings, enforcing Rhode Island fire laws. And since I've retired, I've had a consulting business doing the same. So my experience with the Rhode Island fire laws, amendments, variances, and enforcing the code is as such. So we've reviewed, Lutz and Derry Consulting have reviewed the responses to the questions and concerns of the board. And we find that this project has no deficit with any of those issues. In fact, the issue of the gallons per minute would actually be lowered because these would be sprinklered facilities. So you get a 75% reduction. And the fact that whatever is going to be required after all the calculations come in and after all the testing is done will be provided, such as any pumps or any additional piping. Therefore, I see no issue with this project. I've reviewed high-rise buildings, I've reviewed multiple structures similar and water issues, and I don't see any issues here.
Thank you.
Questions?
If I may, Madam Chair, through the chair, just a few questions. Mr. Lutz, have you had an opportunity to review the Captain Murphy's memorandum?
Yes, I have.
And do you agree with his conclusions and his findings?
Yes, I do.
And in your experience, would you consider, we'll start that, do you consider yourself an NFPA code consultant and expert?
Yes, I do, along with the Rhode Island Fire Code, which would include the NFPA 1, NFPA 101, and all the reference standards. NFPA, National Fire Protection Agency. So that's part of the Rhode Island Fire Code, which is NFPA 1 and 101, and all the different reference codes and standards. So there's some hundreds of them.
And can you describe to the board why you've been engaged by the applicant? What's your purpose and role with respect to this application?
We were reviewing the concept initially, the area, what the project would involve, what would be required, and with the assistance of this document as well, which we also reviewed and concur with.
John, speak up.
Yeah, and going forward, is it your role to ensure that the project and the construction of these buildings comply with all applicable states and town ordinances, including the NFPA code as well as the state fire code?
Yes, we have been retained to do such, and we will do such throughout the project.
And finally, have you had an opportunity to review the height of this building and the proposed height variance seeking for the construction of this building to be 60 feet and 11 inches?
Yeah, that would have no impact. The additional footage, it would have impact if we were high rise at 75 feet. We'd have other requirements. The additional 10 feet is not going to have any bearing on this project, in our opinion.
So to be clear, so the applicant and master planner proposed the structure to be 50 feet. The preliminary plan structure is 60 feet, 11 inches. In your review of the preliminary plan, plans for construction of two residential buildings to be 60 feet, 11 inches, do you see that extra 10 feet posing any risk for firefighting or any issue or further demand regarding firefighting?
I do not see any issue with that whatsoever.
Okay, great. I have nothing further.
Do you have any other witnesses to present before
on
we
fire.
open it up for questions?
I do have other witnesses, but I'm taking them topic by topic.
Okay.
So the first topic is the issue with respect to firefighting and fire compliant, NFPA compliance.
Okay. So public first. Okay. I'd like to open it up if the public has any questions for this witness before moving on to the next one then, and then I'm going to take questions from the board. If I can just ask the public if you can keep it as brief as you can, and if the comments have been already made in a previous meeting, if you could just hold off on them. It's going to be a very long night. We want to hear from the public, but we just have to manage this the best we can.
Is this just on fire safety?
Just on this gentleman, yes.
So if we have a concern just about the height of the buildings, not now.
I think that would be later, based on the architect. Okay,
That'll be the next issue.
okay, that'll be the next topic. Do you want them to go there?
James, do you guys have an extra microphone that the public can use? Okay. Okay.
Dan? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. He's supposed to come at some point. Captain.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Susan Anderson, Main Road. Yeah, Susan Anderson. I'm in the Osborne Bennett Historic District. I have a question regarding the size of the tank. From the documentation that I have read, you need 192,000 gallon storage just for fire suppression. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the project is only giving us 192,000 gallon storage tank. Is that correct?
It's, yeah, it's the 192,000 is what the number has come to. I'm not sure if that's what they're giving us. That's what.
Okay, so
we need.
fire alone just needs
Yes,
192,000.
correct.
That does not include what the residents need.
No, that's a domestic supply. There's domestic and there's firefighting. So this will be for firefighting water. Domestic is another item.
Okay.
That's an issue for Bob Ferrari in Par Engineering. Mr. Lutz is being offered solely for compliance with NFPA requirements and to ensure that the building, from a fire apparatus standpoint, can be the fire can be fought, in that the sprinkler system complies with the NFPA requirements. We'll talk about water with Mr. Ferrari. We've talked about that issue. Mr. Ferrari's report demonstrates what the need is for water as is Par Engineering's report and analysis.
To be clear, Mr. Lutz has no opinion regarding the volume of water required for firefighting purposes at this project. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. The volume of water, the 192,000 gallons is for the firefighting. The question was asked about the domestic, and that's right. I do not render an opinion on. They're going to be separate systems.
Is the board clear as to what Mr. Lutz is saying as to the volume of water?
It was hard to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one at a time, one at a time. We still have a record with stenographer, so.
It's combined.
What we have
Yes.
read in various memos that have come to the planning board is that there's to be a single tank
That's right.
of 192,000 gallons that will serve both the domestic needs of the inhabitants of the apartments and the firefighting needs. One tank, not two. That's what we've been told up until now.
You're 100% correct. So just so we're clear, Mr. Lutz is not testifying to water. He's testifying to compliance with NFPA. He's right. The tank is 192,000 gallons.
But sir,
One tank servicing
Sir?
domestic and fire.
may I interrupt just to say that I believe that Mr. Lutz said that firefighting will need 192,000 gallons, just firefighting. 192,000 gallons.
No, that's not correct. We're going to determine the actual need after, at some point. We're just discussing the size of the tank. So if I misspoke, I apologize.
Thank you.
So at this point, Attorney Mancini, we don't know what the firefighting requirements are in terms of gallons of water.
We do know. We know that the total amount of the total required gallons for water, and again, don't take it from me. You're gonna hear from Bob Ferrari, is we need storage for 192,000 gallons of water for both fire and domestic. What we don't know is the capacity of the fire suppression system. That is going to be fully engineered at the time we submit for building plans. And that is going to be done pursuant to the requirements of the NFPA. And that's why we've hired Mr. Lutz. His expertise is to ensure that the building conforms with the NFPA requirements and the state fire code in conjunction with your fire marshal and your fire captain. So between Mr. Lutz, who's going to be on our team to confirm compliance, and the town's fire department, we're going to ensure that we properly size the fire suppression system and that we properly ensure that there are adequate access to whatever fire apparatus equipment is necessary on site to accommodate any type of firefighting, whether it's a Tesla battery fire or it's a building fire or it's just an emergency call. It's going to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
And just, can you confirm that I didn't want to testify for you, but
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue with, I'm sorry, do you have a question first? Okay, yes, we'll still do the public comments for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Gail Lawrence, and as I sat there, I was curious about how many hook and ladder trucks Tiverton owns, and also how often a building of this height would require a hook and ladder truck were there a fire at the upper levels. And do you feel that one or possibly two in a mutual aid situation, that would be available in a timely fashion to save the people who lived at the highest part of the building?
So Tiverton has one ladder truck, and I would defer the remaining question to the fire department.
In other words, our fire department will be able to answer the question that you're the expert for?
Well, I don't, I'm not aware, I'm aware of mutual aid. I'm aware of situations where when a fire condition gets out of hand, they ask for assistance. I'm not aware of what Tiverton is purchasing. I just know they have one ladder truck,
Okay.
it says in the document.
Okay. And then in your experience, have you seen the need for more than one ladder truck in a typical fire in a high-rise structure or almost high-rise structure?
Well,
I
in
mean,
my
it's just a
experience-
little shy of high-rise, right? 15 feet?
Right.
So,
Yes.
okay. So tell me about your experience with that,
My
please.
experience is that there are several trucks that are brought in and several mutual aid trucks in any large fire involving low rise and high rise, especially if it gets out of control. So they would maybe have to rely on additional help. I can't say, but in my experience, we've had to use multiple trucks.
Okay, but I would guess that, but I was just trying to clarify in my own mind how safe those people would be in the event of the worst case scenario. And I think you've answered that sort of. Thank you.
I believe that they may be looking at additional manpower hirings too, so.
Ms. Lawrence and everyone from the public, we will be asking our fire marshal, Captain Dan Murphy, to speak at the end of the public comments for this particular witness.
Thank
So
you.
he will have an opportunity to address the specifics.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I just want to make clear again, we're not offering Mr. Lutz as an expert on Tiverton firefighting. Our obligation is to ensure that the building, as constructed in the construction plans that we submit for the building permit, complies with all applicable regulations. Mr. Lutz his expertise is in ensuring and reviewing plans to, again, satisfy those requirements, to ensure that the plans that are being submitted comply with the necessary codes, both the national codes, the state codes, and any other town ordinances that you have. That's going to be Mr. Lutz's goal. He'll be working with the fire department to ensure that that's established. With regards to the water, again, I've got Timothy Thies, who from Par Engineering, who provided the 192,000 gallon determination for fire and for water. We'll have him speak again to that, and Robert Ferrari speak to that. And again, with regards to Tiverton equipment, Mr. Lutz is not here to testify to that. Your fire department would be best served to give you that information.
Okay, thank you. And we will be asking him to address that issue at the end of this. So continuing with public comments, please.
Yes, Donald Elbert, Donald Elbert, 32 Ocean View Avenue, Tiverton, Rhode Island. ELBERT. The witness has indicated there are no issues. I'm concerned with as the rest of the people here, and you are too, with the safety and well-being of our residents. And we have a project that will require resources. And I would like to know if Tiverton has the existing resources to provide the services to this project without compromising the rest of the residents. And I'm not familiar with all the documents that have been submitted, but I would assume that the fire chief has signed off on this. And I think in addition to the safety of the residents, which you are well aware of and you are considering, I would like to know what the financial impact is on the fire department. Now, we have 2 fire stations, is that correct?
We'll let Captain
Okay.
Murphy address those issues at the end. And if you could add those comments to address as much as you can
I can add to
with
that
these
as well.
particular questions.
I can add to that as well as far as the resources. The fire code, NFPA, the Rhode Island Fire Code requires you to design to one fire event, not a catastrophe. If this building goes down the street, what will we have for manpower? Well, you might have mutual aid. So the fire code does not require you to plan for simultaneous events, one fire event. So it's been indicated that this project could be supported with the manpower, and multiple fire events elsewhere would be supported possibly with mutual aid, is my comment to that.
Okay.
I would
We'll
like
let
something more
Captain
than
Murphy
could
address
be.
that as well.
Well, it would be, the thing is that we only have to design to one fire event in our building, and the fire department has indicated that there would be no issue fighting a fire in that building.
And how did they indicate that to you?
Well,
Is there a memorandum that you took a look at that the fire chief sent you, or what?
Well, they answered these questions that were sent by the board.
This is a really regard to impact and safety and getting additional resources and the financial impact on the citizens. And that's my concern. I'll end my remarks.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next person.
AG Miranda, Captain Circle. Mr. Lutz, your primary experience is in Providence?
Correct. And elsewhere since I retired 6 years ago.
Have you worked on any projects that don't have an adequate water supply for firefighting?
Yes, and the code addresses that with alternate methods of firefighting. Tanker trucks, drafting from water, long lays to where there is water available. There are methods and means.
And have any of those projects taken city or town water and used it to store in tanks for fire suppression?
Not to my recollection.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Sandra Van Hoff, 254 Fairwood Drive. Do you need it spelled? No. VAN space HOF. I just need a clarification on the size of the tank. It's 192,000 gallons of storage, but you can't tell us how much of that is needed for the fire prevention. So if,
That's forthcoming with the hydraulic calculation.
okay, so these people on the planning board tonight approve this comprehensive permit plan based on the 192,000 gallon tank. And we find out that down the road, you needed more for fire, and now we don't have enough for the residential. What happens?
That's not, so we've engaged a registered professional engineer, same engineers that work with Stonebridge to determine the capacity. His role is not, he's not a registered professional engineer. His role is not, he's not been engaged, nor does he understand, nor should he, the size of the tank, the operations of the tank, the maintenance of the tank, the location of the tank, the capacity of the water in conjunction with Stonebridge, the hydraulic model. That's all information that was previously presented. The role for this witness is simply to confirm that this applicant will develop a fire suppression system and construct a building in accordance with the town's regulations, the state regulations, and the NFPA code.
Okay.
Those are the requirements.
So
And
that's
to
not-
ensure that this
Okay.
building can be satisfactorily fire.
So my question is not towards him. I guess my
Yeah, no, well,
question
you-
is towards you.
No,
because
I'm not an expert, and it's premature at this point. I'm going to have an expert here to talk about water. I've already done that
So I
3
can-
times.
so
You
I
can
can
come back
come
as many times as you want.
Stop.
Yes.
Both of you, please.
Mr. Mancini, do you have anything before the next resident comes up?
Not with this witness, no.
Okay. Next one, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Calabrese. I live at 14 Ocean View Avenue. I'm against all of this building because I think we've gotten a little out of control. So we're 192,000 gallons. Where are we going to get this when this state is in a severe drought? And if this is for just fire, where are we going to get the water for people to drink, to shower, to do whatever they want to do with water? I'm very concerned about all this building and where the water's going to come from, where the fire and police are going to come from. And if children are moving in, are we going to have to rebuild another school since we closed one school? I'm very concerned about all of this. And
we can appreciate that. The board is comprised entirely of residents living in different locations within Tiverton, but we're trying to, what we need to do tonight to keep this on track is address anything that this gentleman had said, if you have questions for that. If you have general project questions, if you could wait until all the witnesses are presented and then ask your questions at
Okay.
the end, we'd appreciate that.
okay, because I have a lot of concerns.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think it might be more efficient if we just allow all the witnesses to testify and then have the residents ask the questions after the conclusion of the testimony, because we're going to make all the witnesses available so that whatever questions they have particular to those issues, it may be better served and move quicker, because I think people are just getting confused with the different witnesses, the different issues. And a lot of it, I understand from a general standpoint, a lot of it is intertwined. But from the presentation standpoint, from your regulations, as you know, it's singled out because particular experts have expertise relative to certain elements as we're presenting those elements. And I don't want to frustrate or confuse the public by thinking that we're not giving them that information, or that we're trying to, pigeonhole them into just asking for this witness or that witness.
I appreciate that, and I know this is tied very closely into water. I would like to continue with these two people who have been waiting here, and then I'd like to hear from Captain Murphy, and then we can get on with the next one, and then combine questions at that point forward.
Thank you.
So,
Hi, Robert Jobin, Stafford Road, Tiverton, Rhode Island. Want to congratulate Ms. Jobin, Jobin. Just want to thank Mr. Lutz for his service with the Providence Fire Department, a brother in arms, and Captain Murphy also. One of the few things that I would like to point out is they keep mentioning NFPA, Life Safety Code, the Rhode Island Code. Those are minimums. They're not maximums. The Captain Murphy and the chief of the department can insist on increased fire protection. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Absolutely.
No.
Yes. Otherwise, they can go to the Board of Appeal and review.
Captain.
if we could wait until after he speaks,
Absolutely. They
address this witness first.
Depending on the conditions in the city or the town that you have, you can request additional firefighting issues, hydrant locations. I mentioned a yard hydrant earlier. I didn't explain it to the board, but the area is going to be serviced by hydrants. We have a water problem in that area. So it may make sense for the tank that they have there in order to service residents or other construction that's going on, to put a yard hydrant in where the fire department can tap that and use the extra water in the tank in case they're running, instead of shuttling water. And shuttling water becomes a big problem.
They are
because
planning that. They are planning the yard.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that.
And they can request, but anything can be challenged at the fire board of appeal.
Absolutely.
review.
That's exactly what I mentioned, but they can put stricter requirements on development if they so see fit. One of the other things I would like to talk about is ladder trucks. Town of Tiverton has one ladder truck, I believe I'm correct, which is not completely manned. It's cross-manned with a rescue company, if I'm correct on that. So that
Mr.
means...
Jobin, we really need you to speak into that microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
I'm sorry. What I was saying is that the ladder companies are cross-manned with rescues. Now, if you take a look at the times that the ladder truck goes out versus rescues, you'll probably find that there's no one available for the ladder truck in town, or they're going to have a delayed response as a rescue comes back to town to man that ladder and bring it there. Time is of the essence. I know you mentioned it's not a high rise. You're 100% correct. Part of that is ground ladders generally reach only to 35 feet, no more than that. So the first arriving engine company, if they're carrying 35-foot ladders, can probably reach, not easily, but the third floor. They cannot reach the roof. Now, if the first ladder truck shows up, they put a man on the turntable of the ladder truck. Then they will send a man up to the roof to open the roof. NFPA wants 4 people on a ladder truck, minimum. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. We don't even have that. Don't come close to it. So what happens is we're endangering town firefighters because they have one person on a roof. They're not able to work correctly. Also, there's no means of escape. There's one means of escape with a ladder company, one ladder company. Ground ladders will not reach that 60-foot roof. So I'm very concerned with that. Okay. We also spoke earlier, 192,000 gallons required for firefighting. I believe that's a combination domestic and firefighting. Yeah, which sounds good until they start drawdown during the day. Normally people shower, they wash their cars, they have other aspects to that. So that tank will draw down during the day and hopefully it'll start filling. So it may be below the 192,000 gallons. Do you agree with that?
It may be.
Okay. See, we need answers. It may be if you don't have the initial.
Well, I can't answer to all of those concerns with the showers running and all of that. That is going to happen in any community. Also, many communities only have 2 people with a ladder until more manpower gets there. That doesn't necessarily shut down all construction.
No, but it doesn't make it what you're saying is NFPA compliant because it is not compliant when you have one person on a roof. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Do you feel it's dangerous?
It's a hypothetical question. I feel that they're going to get the manpower necessary before setting one person up on the roof.
Sometimes you can't. If you have one person on a roof and that person collapses, how long is it going to take to get another ladder truck here? What I'm saying is,
well, what you're saying to me personally is that you would disallow any construction anywhere based on everything.
What
you
I'm
just
saying
said.
is Tiverton needs more manpower to man the
I
ladder
believe that
company
they're-
for
I
this
believe
type
that they
of
have
development.
I have a memo in here that they are seeking additional manpower.
Through a SAFER grant, if I recall correctly.
Well,
SAFER,
you should testify
SAFER.
for that grant because your testimony will support that grant.
Oh, I certainly support the fire department. Captain Murphy will tell you I support it 100%. What I'm concerned about is not only public safety, but the firefighter safety. Now, I don't know if anybody in this room's ever held a dead child. I have. I don't know if anybody in this room's held an elderly person dead. I have. While firefighting. I don't know if anybody here has pulled firefighters out of dangerous situations. I have. So I've got a personal
As do I.
antenna. I agree. And I praise you for your service and Captain Murphy and all the firefighters in town. I want the best for them. And that means increasing the fire protection in this town because what we have for what's proposed is not adequate. Okay. I'd also like to get back to the 192,000 gallons. Apparently a yard hydrant will be put in. I had testified to that earlier, requesting a yard hydrant for any other development in that particular area. Don't forget about time. He talks about mutual aid coming in. And mutual aid comes in, it's absolutely fabulous. But unlike Providence, East Providence, Warwick, Cranston, mutual aid's right next door, a couple miles away. You know, we've got Fall River, and we don't know where they're going to be. They have a large EMS service also. Little Compton, just the ride in from Little Compton has to be a half hour to this area or town. It's, you know, we're talking a time factor, and in time is where we save lives. Either fire or EMS. It's absolutely incredible what time does for the residents of this town and the firefighters. Thank you.
Sir, it says in the opinion of the fire marshal that the size of the proposed buildings does not put any more undue pressure than what already exists within the
Thank you.
Tiverton.
We'll have Captain Murphy testify to that in his own words if
But I
he
think-
wrote that report.
Yeah, but I think
Thank
any
you.
other development in town certainly could use extra firefighters. And now we're at a point where it becomes dangerous. I know we have all, where the boathouse is, all that construction that's been complete. Again, ladder truck becomes an issue. So I think that's something you as a board have to feel comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more person here.
Madam Chairman, my name's Mark Bartlett. I did talk to you at the last meeting from 111 Lee Shore Lane. I'm a taxpaying citizen of this town. So I wanted to just keep, I heard the talk of 192,000 and pulling out my hair. I want to clarify for you, board members, and this particular member on the end, who asked a very legitimate question. If you look at the PAR report that came out in January, I'm an engineer, I understand these things. They say that Stonebridge has the ability right now, based on PAR's model, to provide 900 gallons per minute at 20 PSI, which is inadequate pressure, by the way. So the applicant is proposing to provide 1,600 gallons per minute for 2 hours. How is he going to do that? 1,600 gallons per minute for 2 hours is required by code. Do the math. 1,600 gallons per minute times 60 minutes gives you gallons per day, or per hour, sorry. And multiply that times 2, you're going to get 192,000. That's the number for fire protection. End of story. If the applicant is proposing a 192,000 gallon tank, that's just for fire protection. If they're going to add domestic demand on top, which I think is their intent, then the tank needs to be larger. Otherwise, You have no buffer. Domestic use occurs during the day. That tank is drawn down. Now you don't have 192,000 gallons. Do you understand? Does everyone understand me here?
Sir, there is a buffer, sir. Sprinkler buildings get a 75% reduction.
Let's say we're playing conservative here as a board, and you want to make decisions on behalf of the citizens in a conservative way. I would discount that 75% and say that's terrific. That's an added bonus because, as the gentleman prior to me said, it takes time to get here, to get support, to get help. So forget the 75%. That's cutting corners.
It's not cutting corners. It's based on sprinkler buildings.
I'm not here to argue code, Madam Chair. I'm just here to present to you how you should think about this. I think, as a resident, you should think of it as 192,000 gallons, period. Fire protection, always available, always. And then on top of that, add the domestic supply that you need to find out what that is. You don't have that. I want to talk later, but that's all I have for now.
Captain Murphy, we'd like to invite you up now. Well,
Good afternoon. Captain Murphy, Tiverton Fire Marshal. I tried to write some notes, and I also have a memo that was 10 questions from the planning board. I want to just address some of the stuff Chief Jobin said. Yes, the NFPA code is a minimum standard. It is a minimum standard for every single building in the state of Rhode Island and in the nation. Whoever follows NFPA, it is a minimum standard. Rhode Island does not allow me to go above that. I can ask respectfully if the applicant, and it's whether it's this applicant or the next applicant or the applicant after that, says no, it's no. I can then force them. They have the right to go to the Board of Appeal and Review from the state, and I will be voted against because I've exceeded the fire code. So let's make that clear. I can only enforce what the fire code of the state of Rhode Island tells me to do. I can respectfully ask if the applicant, again, whether it's this one, the one before him, or the one after them says no, it's no. And I have the right to go to the Board of Appeal and Review, which is a state board. And if they say no, because I've superseded the code, and then I look bad because I have asked for something that's not required in the fire code. So I want to get that. In regards to the tank requirement, I've heard the 192,000 gallons. It is going to be up to their fire protection engineer, whoever that may be, to come up with a figure on what is required for 2-hour flow in the building for the sprinkler system for one building. Like the gentleman said, they're not required to do the sprinklers for the 6 buildings. It is the most hazardous building that they need to design it with. Whatever that number is, whether it's 100,000 gallons, 200,000, 600, I don't know. They cannot draw that tank below that number. Absolutely cannot, because then you lose fire protection. So whatever that figure is from their fire protection engineer, they cannot draw that tank below if they're using one tank and shared between domestic and fire. Currently, we have a building in town that has above ground fire suppression tank. Also has an above ground domestic tank. They do not draw from their fire suppression tank. They draw from a domestic tank. That building is a sprinklered building, large building that has a fire pump. This building, and I don't want to speak for them, is probably going to have a fire pump. Multiple buildings in this town have fire pumps that operate for the sprinkler system. One of them is a public building known as the library. It does not have a tank, but it has a sprinkler pump. Okay. In regards to, I hope I'm not going too fast and confusing anybody. Please let me know. We have 3 fire stations, one on the north end on Main Road, one on the east end on Crandall Road, and one on the south end on East Road. Okay. Our north end station and our south end station, yes, they are cross-manned between our engines and our rescues, and the north end is cross-manned between our ambulance and our ladder truck. Our east end station is cross-manned between our engine, our forestry, our boat, and I think that's it over there. So yes, we cross-man. And do we need more manpower? Who would say no? I mean, the school would say yes, the police department would say yes, and of course the fire department would say yes. Nobody would ask for less manpower or women power. So yes. In regards to the financial impact, I will not answer that. That is not up to me to answer. That is a chief question and a town administrator question. That is not a me question. Okay. Our ladder truck is 109 feet tall. So if you put that thing straight up at a pretty much an 80-degree angle, it is 109 feet from the ground. Yes, you will lose distance height at a distance. Am I concerned about reaching a 65 foot or 60 feet? 60 feet or 61 feet if you want to just round up. I'm really not concerned about it. I think we can be able to do it. We are able to hit the roof of the current mill at 1 Mill Street, right? Not every fire department in this country can reach the roof of every single building in their jurisdiction. Not every one of them. This is a fully sprinkled building. I'm not really concerned. I will do my due diligence in my plan review. I can promise the residents this, the board this, and the applicant this. Okay, like I do in every single building. Okay, let's see. Do you want me to go over these 10 questions that the board sent me, or do we not? I mean, I don't know.
If any of them refer to the questions that we received from residents, I would appreciate you responding to those.
I don't know if these came from residents or if these came from the board. I don't know how. So, I don't know. There was a question, if there was a fire with more than one fire truck on site, if they're pumping 1,600 gallons a minute, our ladder truck is a 2,000 gallon per minute pump. Our other trucks, which is engine 1, engine 3, and engine 4, have 1,500 gallons per minute. I don't think in my 30-year career that we've had one truck at max capacity pumping at 1,500 gallons a minute. So I don't see that being an issue of having pumping capacity. We might have volume capacity, but that happens all over the place, and not only Tiverton, but at other communities. Oh, and there was one other thing I forgot to ask. In regards to manning our ladder truck, we have mutual aid agreements with every single community that surrounds us and beyond. If there was a fire last week, I was on vacation. Unfortunately, I heard it was very humid and hot here. We would have absolutely called mutual aid, even if it was for a single family home. Reason being is for rehab of our members. We can't overtax them, especially being in hot weather. Going in a hot building, come on out. So we will call for mutual aid, whether it's a single family home or I don't want to wish any bad luck to them. If their building was to catch fire, we will call mutual aid and mutual aid will respond. Just like I think it was 2 days ago, we went mutual aid to Westport. So we all have mutual aid agreements that they will come when called, whether it be a ladder truck from the city of Fall River, a ladder truck from the town of Portsmouth, or the ladder truck from the town of Westport. Go ahead.
I just had a question. One of the residents had asked about staffing. Do you have the staffing now or the plans in place by the time this development is completed to be able to manage this safely from a firefighting perspective?
That is a question I will not answer, because that's asking me we should close the mill down because we don't have so the staffing is not a question that even should be brought up for a project, because I need a staffing for a single family fire. So we have 7-man minimum. So there's 7 personnel minimum. So we put 2 people per fire truck, and then the officer in charge is in a car, and then we call in off-duty personnel. Okay, and then again, we call mutual aid just like mutual aid calls us. So am I concerned about manpower if one of these buildings catches fire? No, because we will call mutual aid.
And on an annual basis, you go through your manpower, you go through what your needs are, you do an analysis, and then go to the town council if any additional personnel are needed.
Yes, and if I'm correct, the acting chief is in the process of applying for a safer grant,
Okay.
which is that.
So there's a procedure in place for addressing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, do we let the other attorney? We have another attorney here first, ask questions, and then open it up to the board? Okay. Mr. Mancini, anything else? We have an attorney here for, I believe, in a butter that we're going to allow to ask questions before we open it up to the board.
Sure. No, I have no further questions with
Okay.
regards to this issue.
Yes. Yes. I believe it's an attorney, Jackson.
Hold on, Captain.
Yeah, we'll have more questions for you.
Yes. Tanner Jackson on behalf of Carol Herman and Preserve Tiverton, 1106 Main Road. I had some comments in relation to the availability of potable water. And so if I may, I'd like to reserve the comments for that time when,
Okay.
when the water experts are on.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Nothing for Captain Murphy, though.
I do not know.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah. So I'd like to open it up to the board for questions for Mr. Mancini's witness as well as to Captain Murphy. If you have a brief comment before we go to the board, absolutely. If it is for that witness. If you want to speak about issues in general, then if you could wait to the end until he presents all of the testimony that he has to finish up. It's not closed. We're just we were attempting to finish one witness at a time, and we'll see how that goes. But I'm going to open it up to the board right now for questions for Mr. Mancini's fire person and Captain Murphy. Okay, Alan?
Hello. Okay. Marshall Murphy. I have a question for you, a couple quick questions for you. This is not a high rise. We understand that it's lower than 75 feet, but would you categorize this as a large garden multifamily apartment complex with special exposure and life safety risk? That is the NFPA's, I guess, the designation for this.
The Rhode Island?
Yeah.
Is this one on? Use this. The Rhode Island Fire Code is going to make this an apartment building.
Good. All right, got that. For looking at a building of this, which is between 61 and grading, of course, up to 64 feet, depending on grading, when the NFPA, we do a check with what would be the standard for this kind of thing for a response from the fire department in a building, in just that one building, the middle building. It says its engines, they expect 4 to 6 or 2 ladder trucks. Would you agree with that, or just think that's overkill? Or
So you want me to speak on NFPA standards for manpower on a fire truck?
well, you're a better expert than I am, so
Okay.
I really appreciate it. Yeah.
If you can find me one fire department that meets that minimum standard, God bless you.
Yeah.
Very, very rarely will you see 4 personnel on an engine and 3 or 4 on a ladder truck.
Right.
And that is around the country. That is not.
Right. When I asked for a response to it before, when I got that for the standards, we took into consideration that it was a rural Rhode Island town. It wasn't just a suburban or an urban area. This was really earmarked towards firefighting in this area. And the standards they came up with were, I'm sure it's higher than we use every single day here, but one of the things that stuck out was the aerial and ladder trucks were 2 as a standard. That's for the first alarm. And of course, the EMS units and rescue squad units. And we have a number of, we certainly don't have the firefighters to meet that thing of 28 to 35 plus for firefighters on initial full alarm. But we do think about it because the height is a real issue here today. The height being 61, and on grade up to 64 feet. We're talking about a tall building, and the ladder truck does come into issue here. And we only have one. God forbid it's being used anywhere else at the time. All right. And then it would be kind of a real nightmare. And the real problem is it's a very densely populated building. We're talking over 100 people will be in that middle building, living in that building in a fire issue. So that, to me, it just seems a lot more serious than that. With regards to the water pumping.
Can I just address that really quick?
Sure.
And I'm trying to say that, so we already have a building in town that is probably just about the height of this building, if not more.
Right.
That probably has the same amount of people in this building than what they're proposing, and we don't have an issue.
Is that Bourne Mills?
I'm not, yes, I didn't want to say names, but yes.
Okay, well, Bourne Mills, yeah, that building is special because it's a historical reuse building.
Right.
It's nothing we can really do about the size of that building. It's over 100 years old.
Right. But it's the same, the height is the height.
Right.
We don't have a concern. They're going to meet the minimum standards per fire code.
Mhm.
If I was concerned about the height, I would be standing here today telling you I was concerned about the height.
Okay.
If I'm correct, and hopefully their fire protection engineer can tell me, if they were to go higher, they have to meet other certain standards for height. It might go for, and I don't even know how they're building this, whether it be out of wood construction, which is a type 5 construction. They could technically make this out of concrete and make it a non-combustible building, which brings down all the fire flows. I just don't know how they're doing it. I'm thinking it's out of wood. So as I always say, there's multiple ways to skin a cat. It's how they want to skin their cat.
I imagine it's going to be fully sprinkled.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's probably, you're talking about the 15 to 1600 gallons per minute. I think that's somewhere around anywhere between 120 and 180,000 gallons for a 2-hour duration. And if the tank is full at the time, it's even if the tank is full at the time and you're using up a lot of that, it can't fill back up.
So we're not, that tank is for the sprinkler system. That tank technically is not for fires, for us, for our use. That is what there's going to be required by the fire code I think I explained this to a gentleman yesterday. If the water department says, I can supply you with X water for your sprinkler system, but in their fire protection engineer says, I need Y. They need to make up this difference.
So you're not drawing for your engines from any of that?
We're not at a normal fire, we will not be drawing from that fire, from that tank.
The hydrants are separate?
Correct. The only time we would probably draw from that, and if I heard correctly, they're putting in a yard hydrant, would be is if the pump fails and we need to get the water out of that. That would allow us, rather than having, I'll use the number 192, and I know that's kind of a taboo number today. Rather than having 192,000 gallons of water sitting in the ground with a broken pump or whatever, it allows us to draw from that. But that water is for sprinklers only.
Okay, so with the decreased pressure, that is the reason for this pump in the first place, are those hydrants going to work for refilling your tanks?
So it'll run our fire trucks like every other hydrant in the town of Tiverton.
Well, I'm saying the reason they're using the tanks is because of decreased pressure. Will it have the pressure to fill your tanks if you need to keep filling up your tanks to fight the fire?
So it'll be just, so what they're gonna have to do, just like the project on Fish Road, what is it, Picasso Reserve, they're gonna have to do a hydraulic model on their hydrants. And if it doesn't meet the standard, they may, or if it does meet, then they're fine. If they don't, they're gonna have to put pumps in for the hydrants, just like Picasso Reserve might, because they don't meet the standard. I don't know what that is yet, because they haven't come to us yet.
Attorney Mancini, you were shaking your head. Do you know the answer to that?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Wait, good.
Oh, no, I wanted to find that out because it seems like the flows were off when I heard the discussion earlier. When you're talking about 2 hours of fighting at that 1600, you're talking much higher.
So when you
I didn't know where you were
when
drawing your water from.
When you do the sprinkler system has to, and it's not the entire building, the sprinkler system has to run for 2 hours. So whatever that number that they need to make up, it has to run for 2 hours.
Okay.
For one
That was never
building.
said, by the way, so we don't know where that number is going. We're thinking of firefighting, we're thinking of draw to the trucks.
Yeah, we will not draw. Yeah, and again, I don't know if why, but we don't draw. That is even the building that we have in town that has that tank. They also have a yard hydrant, and it's only for us in case the tank or the pump or something happens. Rather than having that water sit there, it allows us to draw it. But we, on a normal basis, will not take water from that tank because it's specifically for the sprinkler system.
Okay, did you take into consideration what they said, that the pressure being low in that area, that'll give you proper pressure at the hydrants to fill?
I couldn't even tell you what the pressures are in the hydrant because I don't have that document.
Okay, something you should probably know.
But
I think it was low. That was the problem, part of the hydraulic model. They said it couldn't deliver the pressure.
Well, we have Tim from PAR that will
Sure.
testify to that. And
That's
that
it.
was all testified to both by Lisa Goyer at PAR Engineering, her initial report of January 2026. And then we followed up with Tim Thies at the last hearing, or the hearing before. He testified with respect to that. And Bob Ferrari testified previously in February with regards to that issue as well. But we have them both here tonight, so we'll go through it again.
Yeah, I've never heard before, and I've sat through all these meetings, what the tanks were going to power. From what we understand, that means when you say for fighting fire, no designation was made ever. I don't think in front of us.
It's for the fire suppression system, but we
Okay.
have the experts here, so we're gonna have,
Yeah.
we'll give you the opportunity to ask that question and clarify so that you're
Okay.
clear in your mind what the designation is and where the pressure is and what the purpose of the tanks is and what we're doing with our presentation. In conjunction with the hydraulic model, which was presented at the request of the board at master plan.
Any other questions of the board for Captain Murphy or for Mr. Lutz? Adam?
Yeah, so if I could just bring up the kind of back and forth that Captain Murphy had with Mr. Jobin. Mr. Jobin said that you have the ability to amend the NFPA with the state. And you kind of said that that's not really a possibility. That's something you can't do.
So the state of Rhode Island adopts the National Fire Protection
They do.
Association, the NFPA codes. Okay, that is a minimum standard.
Correct. All right, may I
Throughout-
continue? All right, so so I did some research, obviously, opened my computer and kind of want to know what's going on. And it seems like it's pretty typical to be able to, it happens on a regular basis from what I'm researching, that states adopt local municipalities adjustments depending on, there's a laundry list of things that they can make changes for, whether the size of the building, topography, new roads that are put in, additional houses that have gone into the area. And it's, like I said, it seems like it happens pretty regularly, even almost on an annual basis, going by how a town might change. And obviously, this is a big change to the town. A large building, a lot of people. Why wouldn't that be accepted on a state level for an amendment to the NFPA? If, say, you needed, their minimum is for this size building, 15,000 gallons for their sprinkler system. If you said, no, I don't think that's enough, I think we need 25,000 gallons, do you think that would get rejected? Or do you think that would be something that would be accepted, an amendment that the state would be willing to make to their version of the NFPA?
I can answer now.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, good. So if their fire protection engineer, who has an engineer title that I don't have, says they need 1,500 gallons per minute, and I'll just throw that number out because you threw it out, and I say, no, they need 1,600, I need to go up to that board and explain why I am smarter than that engineer. And I need to tell them why I think it needs more. I can tell you right now, I'm going to lose. Okay, because they're going to look at the calculations on what is required by the National Fire Protection Association and what the engineer came up with, and they're going to say they only need X. They don't need your Y.
When you say engineer, who's engineer? The developer's engineer or our town engineer?
Nope.
What engineer are we talking about?
Like every development in this town and anybody who builds a building has their own engineers. They are required to design their own sprinkler system per code. That gets reviewed by me. Okay, we're in the middle of doing one right now for 9 of them for Picasso Reserves.
So who rebuts?
Can I finish? Thank you. Well, I keep getting cut off. I'm sorry. I can't finish the answers. I'm in the middle of doing 9 buildings for Picasso Reserve. They have their own engineers. They've designed their own sprinkler system. They've designed their own buildings. They have their own architect. I review every single document to make sure it meets the National Fire Protection Association and the state of Rhode Island fire codes. When they put their stamp on it, it means something. And then I just make sure all the numbers are correct. Thank you.
So who rebuts a developer's engineer? I mean, you have to have, so they have an engineer. Don't you have a representative on that level to kind of cross their T's and dot their I's?
So that's my job. I will go back and I will look at their numbers and make sure that their numbers are consistent. If I feel that their numbers are off, I will work with their engineer and say, I came up with this number, you came up with this number. Why are we different? And we will work through that.
Okay.
But to say that I come up with a 1,500 and I match the number, well, I don't feel that's correct. I want you to do this because I feel it's safer. That is not going to, I cannot do that. The state of Rhode Island will shoot me down.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done.
You're done.
Yep.
Any other questions of the board? And Captain Murphy, thank you. The board recognizes you as our internal expert. We appreciate your expertise.
I'll be here all night.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next issue that I want to address initially is the height question and the height variance. I know that was posed at the last hearing. There were some questions about that. So we did what the board requested, which is to clarify the calculations and identify and delineate specifically for the board the reason for why the building from master plan to preliminary plan changed and the height also changed. So at the last hearing, you heard from Chad Atwater, our architect from ISG. He's here again. He prepared the memorandum which was submitted to the board. And so I want to offer his testimony again to supplement our request for the height variance for the largest building, the two buildings, which are the 4-story buildings, to 60 feet and 11 inches. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chad. He's already been sworn in. I don't know if you want to.
I understand. We'll do it again.
Sure.
Mr. Atwater, you understand that you are here that you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and that this is your solemn affirmation?
I do.
Thank you. Just speak into that microphone, please.
Yeah. I'll switch gears here. We sent over some exhibits. Are those available to pull up on the screen? I'm assuming everyone has them.
Mr. Rotella is working on that. He's working on
Okay.
getting it.
Well, essentially what I provided is a spreadsheet which gives a comparison of the two buildings, one from the master plan and then what we're proposing for the preliminary plan. And so the question at the last meeting, which was, why is your building taller, right? And we talked about a few things. One, there was a difference in the floor depth from the master plan to the preliminary plan. There was a difference in the roof truss height and the way that was configured. And then there was a difference with the ceiling height. And so what I provided the board is essentially that difference between those two plans. So if I were to walk through them, starting with the floor ceiling height, the approved master plan was 8 feet 7 3/8 of an inch. Our proposed preliminary plan is 9 foot 1 1/2. That's a change of 2.5 feet over the course of 4 floors. Just to catch people up, at the very first line at the top left. It's a little better. Okay, and if I continue down, the floor depth system, if I compare those two, the approved master plan was 1 foot 0 5/8 of an inch. Our new preliminary plan is 1 foot 6 3/4, and we discussed the difference there was due to the configuration of the floor trusses, which is really necessary to build this kind of a project to accommodate HVAC systems, sprinkler systems, electrical, all that stuff runs within a truss. And so the 1 foot 6 3/4 accommodates that versus the master plan, which is a preliminary estimate, was only a foot. So the change from the master plan of the floor system is 1 foot 6 3/8 of an inch, which is essentially over 3 floors. You're growing 6 1/8 of an inch. The roof truss depth. This is, I think, where the question really was unclear for everyone. The master plan, that roof truss configuration, which is based on a single corridor rectangular style building, was 12 feet 4 5/8 of an inch high from the top floor, top bearing point. Our proposed preliminary plan jumps to 19.8 3/4. So the difference from the master plan is another 7 feet and 1/8 of an inch. And the reason for that is due to the roof pitches and the roof framing and the configuration of the building, because we have a U-shaped building and we have various roof pitches that we are accommodating. So there's anywhere from 4 and 12 up to 8 and 12 to achieve a certain look which aligns with the existing town architecture and vernacular. So to summarize, our building height from the highest peak was 50 feet from the finished floor elevation in the master plan to 60 feet 11. The difference of 10 feet 11. And so that difference in height, which I've outlined there, is due to those categories that I'm listing on the left there. The second chart there gives you the breakdown just for the master plan submittal. I won't walk through it because those numbers are all combined at the top. And then the last chart there is the preliminary plan, or the most current of what we're presenting. There's another slide I'd like us to look at, and I kind of want to walk through this because it's a graphic of what we just spoke about and what's written. At the bottom of the chart, we don't have to scroll to it, but that's the summary of what we just spoke about. On the left side is our proposed building, the preliminary site plan, and on the right side is the master plan submittal. So what I want to point out here is what's in red is essentially what's changed, right? And that's what we've listed in the chart to explain how we got to these different heights. So these numbers are all in the previous spreadsheet, so you can see where these things are coming from. Starting on the first floor, you can see we've got a 9 foot 1.5 ceiling. On the right side, there's an 8 feet 7 3/8 ceiling. Okay, so there's a difference in ceiling height there. If we look at our floor truss depth, again, we're at 1.6 3/4 in the new plan. The old was 1 1/4. Again, the change to accommodate residential architecture and how these buildings go together and all the utilities that go within the floor trusses. If you continue to the top, you'll see we've got our roof truss in our worst case is at 19.8 3/4 above our roof bearing, where the master plan was 12 feet 4 5/8. So there's a difference of 10 feet 11 inches there. Again, that is due to the roof pitches, the shape of the building. You just in the distances to the roof pitch or from a bearing point, that's where it hits. And finally, I want to end on this last part before we get to questions. I just want to point out the second floor height from the finished floor elevation relative to the master plan. So if you're standing at grade, assuming you're level there, that floor is 10 feet 8 1/4 for the current plan, the new plan. The master plan was at 9 feet 8 inches. So they're very similar in height in terms of where you were in the first plan versus the current. The second floor, that height is 21 feet 4 1/2 above grade. So 21 feet up is the second floor, probably very similar to a lot of homes. The master plan was 19 feet 4 inches. So it's a couple feet. That's the third floor. The fourth floor is 32 feet 9 3/4 of the current plan. The old plan was 29 feet. The reason I'm pointing this out is one, to show the height differences, but the difference from the top floors at each floor level, from the master to the current, is they're within a foot or two of each other. And when we design these buildings, we design them based on all sorts of codes, right? International building codes. We need to provide, and by access in the code, access to that top floor, which is at 32 0 3/4 of an inch versus 29 feet in the master plan. So we're not talking a huge difference here. We're well within the ranges that the code would require, both IBC, NFPA, life safety. It's the standard. And so that's the summary of of how we got to where we are. And I hope that clarifies questions from the last meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board? Alan?
No, not on the height, not on specifically.
Okay.
But not how it got there. So mine's in general. Oh. And it's not on the record. It's just a matter of it's not.
It should be on the record. What was that? It's got to be on the record.
My question was not why we're at that, it's how we got here. So it doesn't apply.
Adam, did you have any questions? Okay. Any brief comments for the public before we move on to the water issue?
Madam Chair, just a few questions for the architect. Chad, can you describe for the board why you can't use a flat roof for this? Could you use a flat roof?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's a couple reasons why we didn't choose to do a flat roof. Could you get to the 50-foot level with it? Pretty close. The issue with it is two reasons. One, the architecture needs to align, at least personally and for ISG and for the town, with the existing fabric and the vernacular, which is, we've all seen it. It's beautiful. It's these pitched roofs. It's gabled roofs. There's a nice texture quality to it, which we feel we've provided in our current design with these pitched roofs. A flat roof, you can do it. It's done all over the place. It's, presents a bit of an issue for the client with the snow loads that we have here. It just opens up a lot of potential for issues down the road, whereas a pitched roof naturally drains. It just makes more sense. And there's a reason why that's pretty much what you see in the Northeast corridor.
Okay, thank you. If Mr. Mancini, if we can let the residents speak now.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Jones?
Hi, I have a very simple question.
Just your name for the...
Oops. Renee Jones. Easy. I have a very simple question. The standards that you are meeting now with this bigger building, when were they established?
I guess, can you clear, what do you mean by when? Like, when did we get to that?
No, these standards that you now have met with this bigger building were the same standards that were there when you made the smaller building. And somehow I feel like there's been a bit of a bait and switch here, because you got a master plan approval with the same standards, but with a much smaller building. And now all of a sudden you have these standards that require you make a bigger building. And it just seems, you knew that ahead of time. So why didn't you plan these buildings with the same standards and smaller?
Yep. Good question. Just to clarify, ISG was not the original architect, and we didn't design the master plan submittal. So that was not from us. So it's not that we changed what we initially did. What we provided is based on our experience in multifamily housing all over the East Coast and Midwest, over 40 years. Oftentimes, what you see in master plan submittals or pre-submittals is a first pass. There's design implications that are being developed. Not everyone has the knowledge, or is still, maybe the project parameters change. I don't know. But these things all sort of accumulate, and you build on architecture with decisions. So you start with what you know, you work from there, and as you get more information, you layer in that. So at some point, I guarantee you that this job would switch to what we have in terms of the height, because it doesn't function, multifamily housing doesn't function with that lower floor truss, or the thinner floor height. And so that's how we got there. It's just a difference of developing different architects, and then also developing the information as it comes, known into the project.
Yeah, and if I may, I think it's important to note, as we discussed the last hearing, there are two significant changes. One is, at the time of master plan, we did not have the grading
grading was not available to us at that point because the engineering had not come to a more complete degree as it is here now at preliminary plan. And secondly, we reduced the footprint. We went from 10 buildings to 6 buildings. That also changed, and then essentially the design changed. And then the important component is to take into account the requirements necessary for the construction of these types of multifamily buildings, as Chad has previously testified to.
Okay, I'll let the next resident speak.
Joe Peruzzi, 264 Capitol Circle.
We can't hear you, sir.
Oh, right here. Joe Peruzzi, 264 Capitol Circle. Just a question. What is the height in Tiverton now, maximum height for a building?
35 feet in that zone.
Okay. My question is, this is our town. We got standards. Why are we bending over backwards for this guy to go up higher? Okay. I mean, let him build to our standards to build somewhere else. I mean, I don't understand why we're bending over backwards for this guy. If he can't do it with 4 floors, drop a floor. Okay, then we don't have to worry about ladder trucks, water. I mean, everything gets more simplified. I just don't understand why, with our town, everything, he asks for more every time he comes here, and then we're giving in. Why? That's the only question I have. Or question, statement.
Thank you. Mrs. Van Hoff?
Sandra Van Hoff, 254 Fairwood Drive. I don't really have any questions. I just have some comments. 2 weeks ago, I guess, was the last meeting, June 2nd. And as a resident, I perceived what this developer and his team presented as dropping a bombshell on the town, asking for another 12 feet going up. Maybe behind the scenes, you knew ahead of time that this was in discussion with people or with administration, but as a resident, all of a sudden we were asked, or they were asking for a variance on a variance, because the 50 feet was already asking for a variance on the town's 34, 35 foot height. And they ask for this, or they present it 2 weeks before the time clock runs out, which does not give planning board members adequate time to research, process, ask them questions, figure it all out. I find it hard to believe, like the issue with the trusses. At the last meeting, it was said that we needed bigger depth of trusses in order to fit the wiring and everything through. The project has been on the table for 3 years. In those 3 years, nobody from the development knew that they were going to need more room for wiring, and they wait 2 weeks before. You have no choice, because the developer controls this time clock, and he made it clear 2 weeks ago he expects a decision tonight, one way or the other, that he presents this change. And one other thing he said was they want 9.5 foot ceilings because that's more marketable. We should be concerned with it being more marketable so they can make more money. How about what the town needs?
I just want to address that quickly. I know the board knows the facts and knows the fact that this plan was submitted back in August of 2025. It was submitted in November of 2025, and since November of 2025, we have been here month after month with different information, additional information. So this has all been reviewed. There's nothing that we're submitting here under the gun. Nothing here is being done nefariously. Nothing here is being done to trick the town into an approval. Our obligation is to follow the state statute. It's to follow your code and to address your concerns and to provide all the information you've requested and all of the information we think is necessary to address the elements necessary necessary for your findings of fact. And that's what we've done transparently, completely, with all due diligence, with respect, with professionalism. And we've done that for almost 3 years now, going back to master plan. So there's no hide and seek that we're playing here. So I want to dispel that, and I hope this board acknowledges that we've have not acted in that manner.
I'll let Ms. Anderson speak, and then we'll have some questions from the board.
Thank you. Susan Anderson. So, you're the one that said you calculated how we could see how we could not see the tallest height, right?
Yes.
By standing at a certain part, a 6 foot, a 6 foot high person could not see it from certain, you calculated all that, right?
That's right. We developed those diagrams.
Okay.
We did develop those diagrams, yes.
Okay. I'm not from Missouri, but I'm from the neighborhood. And all I really want is a $2 Mylar balloon flown 61 feet high. And then I will walk around and see if I can see it. That's cheap. Your drawings are fine, but you're not taking them from the angle where I'm going to be seeing it, from the National Register property. You took it from the lowest point of the next door neighbor. Of course, she won't be able to see that because you took it from the lowest point. You didn't take it from where people are on Main Road looking up at this. So I would rather that very, very quickly just put a Mylar balloon up there so that we can see that 61 feet, or maybe we don't see the 61 feet. That would help a lot of people, I think. The other thing is the 9 foot. I went to RISD 20 years ago, and I'm an engineer by profession. I'm not an architect, but I did take the course at RISD, the courses at RISD. The standard, I just looked at the standards book. It was 8'2" was the standard ceiling height. So 8'7" is much better. 9 feet, you're getting close to a Victorian ceiling. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Mancini, could you just clarify one issue for me, and then I'll open it up for questions? When the master plan was submitted, you had just made a comment earlier, you had already reduced the size of the complex that you're building.
No. If you look at the master plan approval, it has 10 buildings that are extensively spread out. Compared that, what we had done is we had complied with your conservation ordinance, provided a 75-foot no cut buffer, and provided a significant amount of area for conservation, meeting and exceeding your ordinance. And in doing so, we had also spread out 10 buildings. The preliminary plan, and we did the comparison, and I don't remember at which meeting, but you'll see the comparison, reduced the 10 buildings to 6 buildings, reduced impervious space. It made savings with regards to lower area, and that was kind of the reduction in the footprint. Not the primary reason for the height variance or the deficiency between the 50 and the 60, but it's one of the accommodations that we made.
I'm just trying to figure out the timing. I had in some of the early notes when I first got on the planning board that when you requested the 50-foot variance from 35 feet to 50, that was already reduced. That was part of the reduction. It's not.
No.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Mancini, your initial plan at pre-application was a series of small buildings.
Right. Yeah. So that's right. So when we initially started this at pre-application, we started with single detached buildings over a much larger area that had essentially almost 100 buildings. Yeah, there were over 100 buildings on the initial application. From preliminary application, when the board said that they did not want the single-family detached dwellings, then we moved to garden-style garden style apartments, and we had 10 buildings. And then a preliminary plan when we submitted the 6th building with the reduced footprint.
Okay. I'd like to open it up to the board for questions for this witness. Yes, Alan?
Mr. Atwater, is this the first time we've seen this chart that you brought up?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
You guys were, I believe it was supposed to be sent to you. I'm assuming it
Last
was.
August, were you present at the meeting, at the planning board meeting in August of 2025?
No, I was, I think it was this past year was the first one that.
Okay, at that
we
meeting,
attended.
we were discussing heights, and they just talked about I just came on in July, so I didn't have any previous knowledge. They were talking about the building, and they kept saying 50 feet, 50 feet. And the new plans they gave to us on that date showed the 60 foot, 11 inches. And it's part of the record, part of the video. I raised an objection to it. And I said, why are you saying 50? This one says 60. And everybody, including the people from the developer, said they just stuttered. They didn't know what to say. And they said, well, we'll have to look into that. And we haven't got the statement. And I think we can go back and look in the record and the videos. It wasn't until around November when you said, oh, there's a reason for that. We'll get back to you. And then a couple of months ago, I think the statement was, the reason is having to do with some trusses or something. You'll understand when you see it. Tonight is the first night we've seen this. And there seems to be some chatter amongst the room that we've known about this all along. We did not know about that. I've never seen that chart before. In fact, tonight, this book was dropped on my table for things to find out 5 minutes before the meeting came up. This is what happens on almost every meeting. There's 5 minutes before a meeting, we got to be 200 pages right here and expect us to digest it all in the 3 minutes before the meeting. We never can do that. This is something we've asked for long ahead of time to go through and look. This happens every meeting. We never get the stuff in the proper time. It gets dumped on a Friday, or it's brought to us on a meeting date and dumped on our table. Look at the piles of paper that we got today. So to think that we knew about this whole time and to sit and acquiesce to what the citizens said about that's disingenuous. We had no idea, and I've never seen that before. That's all.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one more question for Captain Murphy.
Okay. Let Adam
Yeah,
first and
okay.
then Chris.
Yep. Captain Murphy? Just touch on the NFPA one more time. Developments aside, if you were to, just assess the growth of your community, the size of your department, would you have the ability to approach the state fire marshal and request changes to your NFPA guidelines?
In regards to what?
We're increasing our population by 10%, it looks like, over the next 5 years, 15% over the next 5 years. I think that our fire department might not increase to offer services to that number of people. Could we increase the number of sprinkler heads in certain size buildings to help us with, time necessary to fight a fire for that bit of backup?
So sprinkler heads are already set by standard, and they have a certain spray area already. So to say we need more, that's not a reason for me to go to the Board of Appeal and ask for.
Well, all right, maybe I can ask this question a different way. You have more people and maybe not the manpower to handle it. What?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you have more people in town and maybe not the not saying you don't. This is not an insult. Maybe you don't have the manpower to handle it. Would there be anything that you could think of that would assist you in helping you do your job as far as a fire suppression within a building?
So
that we don't have now, that that NFPA doesn't require now.
So what we did is, this is going back a few years, the previous fire marshal went to the Board of Appeal interview, went to the town of Tiverton, and I think went to the planning board. And for subdivisions with 3 or more lots, we did a ordinance through the planning board, and then The planning board wrote the ordinance, if I'm correct. Please, somebody
Yeah, I was going to ask.
correct me if I'm
Refer
wrong.
to Stu. He's the expert in that.
Did an ordinance for requiring cisterns for subdivisions with 3 or more lots. So they worked with the fire marshal at the time.
That's correct.
It went through planning board, it went through the town council, it went through public hearing. And then we had to go to the state fire, not the fire marshal's office, but the Board of Appeal and Review.
Okay.
And request an amendment, a municipal amendment, because it came from the municipal. It didn't come from us. It came from, if I'm correct, it came from your board, working with the fire marshal at the time, with
And
the town council. And then we got it approved as a municipal ordinance, not as a Tiverton Fire Department ordinance, but it came as a municipal ordinance.
So who
No, go ahead.
who came up with that ordinance that you need a cistern for development with 3 buildings or more? Was that something we came up with, Stu?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The fire marshal had actually raised that issue, and at the former fire marshal.
So he raised it with
raised the
you
issue
and
with
then
the planning board.
Okay, so it came from the fire marshal originally.
So just to, and again, it didn't come from me, but I know cisterns are in the fire code.
Okay.
But in relations to 1 and 2 and 3 family homes, my jurisdiction, or the fire marshal in the entire state of Rhode Island jurisdiction, is smoke detectors and carbon monoxide and heat detectors only. I don't have any other jurisdiction whatsoever. So I think especially for South Tiverton, where there are no hydrants, it was just an added benefit. And again, like Stu said, the fire marshal worked with the planning board. It's technically a ordinance through the planning board. Then it went to public hearing, town council, and then we can't adopt it as the fire department on its own. We had to go to the state because we are superseding the state fire code. And I can bring everything to the state, and they're probably going to. They could deny it. They could make it. So,
Right, but the channels, you use the planning board as your channel.
Or the
Basically,
planning board.
I'm sorry, not
or the
you.
planning
You're
board,
the fire
or
marshal.
the
Use
planning
planning
board
as your
used
channel.
the fire marshal. Again, I don't.
We're okay.
All right.
Okay, so in that particular case, the fire.
So I don't know if, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of our other fire marshal. I don't know if our fire marshal used the planning board used the fire marshal, or they worked in conjunction. I don't know how it started. All I know is kind of how it ended. So I don't know who was the first one to lead it. That I don't know.
That's, I guess I'd like to have that question clarified. It sounds to me, Stu, like the fire marshal before Captain Murphy requested some type of additional fire support in the way of cisterns.
That is my recollection.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to finish up with the board, or if there are any other questions for the architect. Mrs. Van Hoff?
Sandra Van Hoff, 254 Fairwood Drive. I just would like to clarify to the board, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. And I realize how difficult your job is. What I was saying was not that you were doing some underhanded deal or keeping information, but as an ordinary resident of this town, 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden, the developer and his team presented 12-foot ceilings, or 12-foot increase to the residents. All I was saying is maybe, I know sometimes Mr. Romano, Mr. Landry, they have conversations. We now have Mr. Spencer, that maybe somebody knew. I wasn't trying to say that the planning board members were trying to do something underhanded. If you took that as what I said, I apologize.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Van Hoff. Mr. Mancini, do we need to take a brief break? Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
Yes, so I have a couple questions for both the architect and Attorney Mancini. First, when you went from 10 buildings to 6 buildings, did the total unit count change, or was it approximately the same?
I think the unit count has not changed, no.
Okay. So in reducing from 10 to 6, I think the overall impervious coverage reduced by about 90,000 square feet or something like that.
Yeah, it's about 2 acres, 2.5 acres.
So in order to absorb those extra units into 6 buildings, some of those buildings would have had to grow, at least in footprint?
They did. All 6 of them grew bigger, yes.
Okay. So I think what I'm trying to figure out here is on the building height. So the majority of the change in height has to do with the roof. Most of that is in the roof line itself. And if the building got wider and you had the same pitch and you don't have that flat top of the roof, would that account for the majority of that height? Because now the building's wider. If you had a 4 or 6/12 pitch roof, it's got more distance to cover. Is that part of what we're seeing here in terms of the height?
Yes, the initial plans were just a simple rectangle and they were certain width. The new plan for the extra units or the additional units to reduce the overall number of buildings is a U shape. And due to that shape of the building, it's just, you've got different pitches, different steps in the building, and they have different widths and bay widths, which to essentially come up with the architecture that we came up with. That's where you're getting the variations in roof pitches and heights. And the further, if you space them apart, that changes things. If you put them together, closer together, that changes things. But it's all based on a typical unit width and standard.
So it's a combination of the configuration of the building and the overall size of the footprint that leads to a lot more change in the height of the roof line.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out, again, based on your graphics here, and the overall, again, we're just seeing a simple section view. We're not really seeing the whole thing. So it's hard to compare them sort of as apples to apples. So, and I know that, as you said, the building configuration changed as well. So,
and the other important point, I mean, we can go to the roof pitches, which is the 2 slides after this. But at master plan, there was also a discussion that the board wanted the buildings to have more of a Tiverton characteristic, and they wanted the buildings to have more of a coastal feature. They wanted the products to be more, or the materials to be utilized to be more concurrent and consistent with the town, which is what we did and what we achieved. And we, again, provided these building and construction plans back with our initial application for preliminary plan. The discussion in further delineating the size of the building and the height became more elevated as we went through the process. So again, I don't want anyone to think that this is something that we just dropped on people today and we did it for just because we wanted to. It's all part of a calculated effort to follow the process. And then as a result of discussions with the community, the planning board back at master plan. So that's how this essentially developed. But if you go to the next slide, Mr. Rotella could take us to the next one. The one after this one. You'll see the roof tips in the U shape of the building. Chad, why don't you walk them through that?
Yeah, so this is the building that's in question that's got the taller roof. If you could picture the 2 U ends that extend up, just if you can imagine those are gone and you just have a rectangle across there at the very bottom, that's the original master plan buildings, which is a much simpler roof, has different it's a different roof, it's different projections, different bay widths. With the U-shaped style building, you can see where the roof pitches are going and how they're set up. So what we're showing in red there is really where the height's coming from. It's an 8/12 pitch. It's just spread out right over the width of the end bay. Essentially, there's a corridor running down the center of that, and then there's units on the right and left. And so due to that width, that gets you the extra roof height.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you anticipate, just one final thing, do you anticipate any mechanicals? Obviously, it's a pitched roof, so I don't see any flat areas, but you don't anticipate any
No.
mechanicals on top?
No, mechanical is all at grade on this job.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we've got a lot to get through with water. So if we can just make sure the break is as brief as possible. If everyone can turn off their mics before they go. we're ready to continue. Mr. Moniz? Mr. Moniz, you said I didn't give you an opportunity to speak earlier, so we'll entertain some brief comments, please. I think it's the, that works.
Oh, good. Name Peter Moniz, 83 Captain Circle. My questions right now is about architectural questions. And I'd like to get it clear as to what a unit is described as. We can get shall I ask the questions through you, or can I ask directly to the
Just,
architect?
Mr. Moniz, ask it to us.
Okay,
and
that's
then
my first
Mr.
question.
Mancini can choose how to address it.
My first question will be that, and then maybe it'll be follow-up questions quickly, because I want to keep this in 5 minutes so you can move on.
So if I understood the question, the question is what is a unit, how is a unit described, or what is a unit described, or
What are you going to get out of a unit? 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bath? What, more than 1 bedroom?
Yeah, so
1
the-
living room?
Yep. So
the
the-
various.
Yep. So I'll have Chad describe the typical units that
Sure.
we have.
Yeah, these buildings are composed of multiple types of units. So typically, projects like this will have a studio unit. They'll have a 1-bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom, sometimes a 3. Within all those, typically the studios don't have a true bedroom. They'll have like an open space that's combined with the living room.
Right.
They'll have a kitchen and they'll have a bathroom. So it's a smaller unit, probably 15, 18 feet wide, anywhere from, could be up to 30 feet deep.
Right.
And then within that, you also have closets, your mechanical, washer, dryer. So that's the smallest unit. And then a 1-bedroom, a little bit bigger, typically 24 feet wide or so, 12 feet, little less sometimes, even down to 10 or 11 will be the width of the bedroom. And then the rest of that width will be to the living room. Also, we'll have a kitchen, 1 bathroom, a closet, mechanical spaces. A 2-bedroom, same thing, is a 1-bedroom, but it's just mirrored. So you have 2 bedrooms on flanking a central living space. Each of them will have their own bathroom. So they each get, there'll be a master bedroom,
Okay.
and then a guest bedroom, which is a little smaller, and a kitchen. In some cases, and I don't think we have them here, you might have a 1-bedroom and a den, which is just a little bit deeper unit. Sometimes they'll have a little den workspace. So it just changes, but essentially the same components. Whether your 1-bedrooms and studios, it's a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom,
Basic.
your basic function living space. Yeah,
So a unit is a basic living space.
that's right.
Maybe more than 1 bedroom.
Yes. Yeah.
And so basically then 1 unit will provide availability for housing for 1 person at least. And then this development's going to have various bedrooms, so there'll be more than 1 person in that unit sometimes. Depends on the unit itself. So, and you're trying to get 256 units in this development. So that means at least 256 residents will be living there, plus whatever, children,
Sure.
Couples, married, et cetera, et cetera. So my next question then is, you went from 10 to 6 buildings. So you want to keep the number of units. That means, are all these remaining 6 buildings going to share in the extra demand for residents? In other words, 1 building might have I'm just give you a number, but not a true number, 100 before, now it's going to have 120. Are they going to be spread out on each of these 6 buildings?
Of the 6 buildings, 2 of them are that U-shaped building that we were showing. Those are the larger ones. Those are 4-story buildings.
And they're getting bigger than before?
They got, yes, from the original master plan, they take up, the shape's a little different, so the footprint's a little different, but by doing that, we've been able to reduce the overall footprint and coverage on the site, because you're taking out buildings.
I understand that you did reduce the footage on the site, but
Right.
the buildings itself, now, some buildings got to be bigger, longer, or wider.
Correct.
So
only 2 of them. The other 4 are pretty much the same as the original.
okay, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a building, and they're going to be living quarters on either side of a corridor,
That's
a
right.
hallway. Okay, so the other 2 buildings that get a little larger, that means, okay, then I got to ask you this question first. They're going to be elevated buildings too?
They do have elevators. Yeah. Well,
One
the U-shaped buildings do. The corridor, the 24-unit buildings are a walk up because they're 3 stories.
The U-shaped building, is that the one getting bigger?
That's got the different.
It's going to get
footprint.
bigger from the master plan.
From the master. Yeah, that has a different
So it's
footprint.
still going to stay with 1 elevator.
I think we have 1 elevator in there. Yeah, which is
Now
pretty typical for that size of a building.
Well, it's going to be tough too, but because it's going to be longer, I assume.
Right.
And
But
so,
you centralize it.
And now these buildings required firewalls.
I have to go back and look at the areas. I believe, and don't quote me on this, I have to go back and look at the
I know that
plan, but that U-shaped building, it might require a firewall just for travel distances because.
Well, okay, I mean,
yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Moniz, we have to move on to the water at
Yes,
this
I
point. I
know.
apologize. If you could just finish up with your last question, we'd
Okay.
appreciate it.
I don't know. Hopefully I can do that right now.
I'd also like to welcome you. If you have any specific questions for our planning office, you can go in and make an appointment with them.
Yes.
They have the detailed diagrams on number of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom
Yes,
units.
I understand that because I've been on the planning board myself. And I got, other things in my world, I guess, sometimes. But anyway, I'll let you go now because my mind went that way. And I got a few more questions later on while you go through this.
Thank
And
you.
Did you get the answer about the 20 conditions? Are you going to cover those tonight?
Not yet. Chris,
Because this plan, before we talk about the preliminary plan, you got to meet the 20 conditions from the master plan. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Attorney Mancini?
Thank you. So I have 2 witnesses that I want to bring up concurrent. So we'll hear from Bob Ferrari with regards to infrastructure. As you know, he submitted his memorandum on June 8th, 2026. And you have a copy of that memo. He'll walk through that. And then we also have Tim Theis from PAR Engineering. He previously testified at the May 19th hearing, but he's available here and we'll have him run through the water tank issue, the capacity with regards to the water tank issue, the operation and maintenance of that, and address questions that you have regarding that. So with that, I'll just call them up. They've previously testified. They've previously been sworn in. I'll ask that they be re-sworn in, and we'll walk through their testimony. Importantly, nothing has changed from the May 19th meeting when we initially presented the water issue. After we presented it with Lisa Goyer from PAR Engineering. So with that, I'll present Mr. Ferrari first, and then I'll have Tim go as well.
Mr. Ferrari, Mr. Tice, raise your hands, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that this is your solemn affirmation?
I do. I do.
Thank you both.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Robert Ferrari. I'm a registered professional engineer. I'm the president of Northeast Water Solutions. I also serve as the engineer of record, and my firm is retained by Stonebridge Water District to provide engineering services for all things water relative to the district. I've got 49 years of experience, and I want to clarify something for both the board and all the folks in the room here. Myself and my firm, we're not here, we don't work for the developer. We are here working as the engineers for the Stonebridge Fire District, okay? And our role in this project, Stonebridge's role and our role is to receive inquiries from the developer, assess their what they believe their water demands are, assess the impacts on the system, and if we believe that the water supply is available to them, the capacity is available, and the infrastructure is available, what conditions that we will impose on the project such that the water can be provided to them without creating any undue stress or harm on the existing Stonebridge system. Okay, so I just want to be very clear about that, okay? Now, just a little more background here. We've been involved as far as doing a review of the project since roughly October of 2023, when the project, as far as I know, was first conceived. We have, in the 2.5 or so years, we have issued 5 project memoranda on this project. As the project has moved forward, we've worked with the developer as far as imposing certain requirements. For example, we've required the developer to run a hydrant test on the nearest hydrant to the site to assess what the maximum flow requirement, flow we could produce, and at what kind of pressure drop in the system. We required the developer to do hydraulic simulations using a model that actually had been previously developed by PAR Corporation. And PAR, and Tim is here tonight, but PAR is actually here working for the developer, but they also had developed the hydraulic model previously for the North Tiverton Fire District, and they were retained by Stonebridge Fire District and did an updated hydraulic model for Stonebridge. And we felt that was advantageous to both Stonebridge and the town, and we required the developer to run hydraulic simulations at their expense. In any event, the upshot of all this, and I did receive, Stonebridge did receive correspondence from the board, and there's 7 questions, and I will respond to those 7 questions. Some of the answers may be in part of what I'll be telling you now, but the upshot of this, and this is in the most recent memorandum that we issued on June 8th, we had the developer run hydraulic simulations, and we used a set of conditions to create a worst-case scenario. This project, based upon the number of units, the number of bedrooms, we assessed that they had a maximum one-day demand of approximately 60,000 gallons of water, and they had an average daily demand, an annual average daily demand of 40,000 gallons per day of water. Now, that is based upon 100% build out of, all 251 units at the specified number of bedrooms, and 100% occupancy, which is 2 people per bedroom. Okay. And those criteria are established by Rhode Island Department of Health and used for all water, domestic water or potable water development projects in the state of Rhode Island. Okay. So that was the basis. And most recently, we requested a hydraulic simulation based upon, we had them do 2 things. What was the flow and pressure conditions under a maximum day demand for the fire district for Stonebridge without this development, and then rerun the simulation with the proposed development at 100% maximum day demand. Okay. And what we found was that under those conditions, that there was, without the development at the nearest intersection near North Tiverton's Carey Lane pump station, we had achieved a pressure of about 61 pounds under those conditions. Then we had them rerun the model with the maximum day conditions. And I know there's concerns about what would the pressure be. The North Tiverton Fire District expressed concerns, the board has expressed concerns, and we had concerns, quite frankly. under that worst case maximum day condition of both maximum demand at this proposed development and a maximum demand condition throughout the Stonebridge system. And by the way, that's a condition that has never occurred in the entire history of the Stonebridge Fire District. We had a reduction in pressure by about 3 pounds to about 58 pounds in that location, which is a critical location. So there's, and other areas of the district, we saw a similar 2 to 3 pound drop in pressure at various what they call nodes or monitoring points in the distribution system. And we felt under a worst case scenario that was fine. Now, there's another very important set of conditions in here. When we evaluated, and this is an evaluation that Stonebridge did independently of the developer, we said, here's how many gallons a day you're using, but you don't receive this water uniformly through the day. As virtually all communities experience, you have diurnal variability in your demand. And just to give you an example, at say 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, most residential communities or systems that are significantly residential have a significant increase in demand. Why? Because people are waking up, they're taking showers, they're making breakfast, they're going to work, etc. And then the demand will decline during the day, and then there's a second diurnal peak, typically late afternoon, early evening for the same reason. People are coming home from work, many of them are taking showers, or maybe in the summertime they've been at the beach, they're coming home, showering, preparing dinner, perhaps they're using a dishwasher, etc. So what we evaluate is a peak 4-hour demand situation and a peak 1-hour demand situation. And we also examine the peak instantaneous demand situation. And those are, as you can imagine, far higher instantaneous flow rates or sustained flow rates for those defined periods of time than you have under your, if you just had just an average flow rate all day long. That led to the following. We've made a condition of approval for the project, and condition of connection is that we want the developer, they're going to have on-site storage. And I know this has been discussion earlier relative to fire suppression. Well, they have to have on-site storage relative to their domestic water requirements. And what that means is that we don't want the system to be experiencing this wide swing in demand rates. So what we're imposing on the developer is you can have a maximum feed water flow rate relative to your domestic water storage of 42 gallons per minute. Okay. And so we had them run the hydraulic model at 42 gallons a minute. And that's how you moderate the impact on the water distribution system. However, that means that they have to have dedicated domestic water storage on the project site, a storage tank. In looking at their demand variability, we determined that they would need a minimum storage volume to meet their maximum 4-hour demand of 8,000 gallons. And then we put a 2.0 safety factor on that and said, we are going to need to have 16,000 gallons of domestic water storage. And that is exclusive of any fire flow requirements, any irrigation you might do. And by the way, Department of Health, which has review and approval authority over the drinking water, the public water system portions of the project, they don't want water to be used for irrigation. Okay, that should be a separate system, if you will. Now, this is that preliminary plan review right here. So the project still has to go into, detailed final design, and there's still a lot of decisions they have to make. So I just want to stress this, that we're imposing certain conditions of approval as far as receiving water from Stonebridge Fire District, okay? And Tim will give you some more information as far as what Par Corporation has done relative to this point in the design process and their analysis process of how that works. But this is going to require on-site storage, and it's going to require on-site pumping. Now, what I will tell you, and I again confirmed this evening, speaking with Captain Murphy, is that what the fire department is going to want is, in addition to the storage for the sprinkler systems for fire protection, they're going to want supplemental hose streams. Right now, if you ask the fire department, and I did, and they've also expressed this, you don't know what the fire flow requirements exactly are going to be until you get further into the design, because that's a function of things like not just building dimensions or building height, but materials of construction, separation distances. There's a whole host of factors that go into play here. So we don't know what that is, but that is going to require further analysis and further review. So we've imposed conditions, and if you look at that last memo that we issued on June 8th, at the end of it, we're advising of what these conditions of approval are that the developer is going to have to conform with. And I will tell you that there's additional review steps that have to come into play. There's probably going to be additional hydraulic simulations and maybe additional work done as far as doing test work in the distribution system. When the construction work is done relative to the water piping and the water supply to the site, we're going to be doing inspections. We're going to be doing reviews to assure conformance with the design. I can absolutely assure you that the Department of Health is going to do a conformance inspection, because they're going to have the ability to review certain aspects of this, because it's drinking water. There are any number of other design requirements, okay, that likely can't be addressed tonight because you have to get into the final design. And I don't want to, step on the toes of Par Corporation here, and Tim will explain that. I do want to go through the questions that you posed to the district and provide you those responses. The first question was the existing capacity of the system. The system has the capacity right now, based upon what Stonebridge has for available source yield. Stonebridge is operating at about 35% of their approved draw or yield from Stafford Pond. That's the primary source of water for Stonebridge. They can also receive water from Portsmouth. They can also receive water from Fall River through North Tiverton Fire District. Okay, so they're at a fairly modest percentage of what their maximum draw can be from their primary source, which is Stafford Pond. Okay, I will also advise you that because we had problems with the intake from Stafford Pond in the fall of 2025, for a number of weeks we were on 100% supply from external sources, and by that I mean external to the district, to Stonebridge. Okay, and some of you may be aware of that, some of you may not be aware of that, but we were able to maintain, I think, satisfactory service, both capacity, pressure, and water quality to all the service customers. So this development adds modestly to that maximum draw. It would add an average of about additional 5% at 100% build out and 100% occupancy. Water pressure conditions, I've already mentioned that, and that is explained in the memorandum from June 8th. We're comfortable with that. I believe there won't be any adverse impact upon, say, the supply to North Tiverton Fire District. And just to reiterate, when we had PAR run those model simulations, that not only included the maximum service demand in the Stonebridge district, it included the maximum supply flow rate to the North Tiverton Carey Lane pump station. So this really was, this was everything going 100% concurrently. All right, which is a condition, by the way, as I said, has never occurred in the entire history of Stonebridge Fire District. The potential impact on water pressure and service reliability, I think I've more or less addressed that here. We believe the system is quite sustainable, and this should not be an adverse impact, as long as the project proceeds with in accordance with the conditions that we've presented for the project. We've advised the developer of. There's a question came up as far as water main breaks in the district. There was a fairly significant break very recently. And the question was asked, how many water main breaks have there been in the last 18 months? In that time period, there was 4 significant line breaks that required backfeed from Portsmouth. Okay, 3 of those were in Bulga Marsh Road, the 12-inch water main. It's an old asbestos cement water main there. I'll come back to that in a minute. There was 6 minor breaks that did not require any backfeed. Basically, they were able to isolate the break by closing street valves, and they made the repair. The larger breaks, 3 in Bulga Marsh and 1 in Main Road, those are all in 12-inch diameter pipe that did require backfeeding from Portsmouth through the interconnection, while the repairs were effected by Stonebridge, and which were done. By the way, the most recent, on April 23rd, the repairs were completed in about 6 hours, and then we were simply going through. We kept the system on a precautionary boil water order while we went through the water quality validation work, and actually got the approval from Department of Health on that Saturday morning to restore, to remove the precautionary boil water order. Additional questions included whether the proposed development will increase the stress or the potential for a future water main failure. The water main failures really have nothing to do with whether or not this development gets constructed or any other new development gets added. As you can tell, the significant water main failures have been 3 of them in Bulga Marsh. Everybody's got to understand something. Stonebridge has the vast majority of their pipe is asbestos cement pipe. It was installed in the vicinity of 1948, so it is right now more or less 78 years old. That's very old for pipe, or this type of pipe. It's beyond its effective life. And replacement of the pipe in Bulga Marsh Road, as a matter of fact, is part of our improvement plan, which I'll get to momentarily. So, but that has nothing to do with whether or not there's a given water demand in any particular location. It's to do with the age of the pipe and the installation conditions. And I would advise you that in 1948, piping installation was done differently than it's done today. Okay, the installation, the trenching, the backfilling, the bedding material, it's all substantially more robust today than it was in 1948. And no disrespect to the contractors in 1948. As far as planned infrastructure improvements, right now, we've actually been working with Stonebridge for a number of years. We have projects approved for improvements to the North Brayton standpipe, which is right down the street. We have a new interconnection approved for North Tiverton Fire District. We have pipeline replacement in Hillside Drive. We are currently, we've been working off of a infrastructure replacement plan that was developed, updated in 2021. We're actually going through the latest update that is in concert with. We are doing a comprehensive engineering evaluation of the entire water system, the water supply, the water treatment, and the distribution system. And one of the first elements of that was having Park Corporation prepare a new hydraulic model, because the model is being used to assess improvements to the distribution system. And so we're right now going through this process, and later this year we'll have the recommendations with a reprioritization of pipeline and distribution system improvements, transmission main improvements, et cetera. So that is in progress. We have some improvements already approved, and in fact, we've had preliminary funding discussions with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, and then there's some other funding sources that we're working with, as a matter of fact. And the fire flow capacity and the district's ability to meet the fire protection requirements. You've heard from others tonight. As far as this project is concerned, we required them to do hydraulic simulations. We've required them to have fire suppression storage on site. We have to work with the developer to figure out what the supplemental streams would be. We did do a hydrant test up to 750 gallons a minute at the nearest hydrant to the site, the project site. That did have a relatively significant reduction in the residual down to 27 pounds, which is not desirable. We want it to be higher, but that was at 750 gallons a minute. The dilemma we have is that until the design of the buildings and the site is further along, it's really very difficult for anyone, whether it's the fire protection engineer working for the developer or it's the town fire department staff, to determine what do we need for, say, the supplemental hose streams and things like that. So we're waiting to make that determination, and then what will be the best way to handle that, okay? One of the question that was not here but has been, inquiry was made was, are there any steps being taken relative to maintenance of the potable water, the drinking water that would be in storage on the site? Again, that gets addressed in design. We have recommended that a dedicated tank be provided, although that's not absolutely mandatory, although I can assure you that I know what the fire department's position will be on that. What has to also be addressed, and Tim may get into this discussion, is looking at things like water age, minimizing the potential for stratification and formation of disinfection byproducts. But those all need to be addressed in the final design, of which Stonebridge Fire District and, by the way, Rhode Island Department of Health would be taking reviewing that for approval before it could be undergo construction. So I tried to be concise. Hopefully I succeeded, and I'll certainly do my best to answer any questions that you might have. And I'll turn it over to Tim now.
Thank you. Tim Thies. I'm a senior engineer with Par Corporation. As Bob mentioned, just to remind everybody, we were engaged by Stonebridge Fire District to develop a computer model of their system to help them to use as a tool to evaluate their system, evaluate new developments coming into town. And then when this development came, they required that, Stonebridge required that they hire us to do a hydraulic evaluation of their development. And that's how Par got involved with this project. Bob covered a lot of what I was going to remind everybody of tonight, what I testified to at the May 19th meeting, which is primarily the storage on site. It seems to be a hot button question tonight as to how much storage are we going to be providing. We will be providing enough storage on site to meet the fire protection requirements of this development. When we evaluated this development, at the time, the requirement was 192,000 gallons for fire protection. We're going to provide fire protection storage on site. We are also going to provide domestic storage on site as well. What that final number is, as Bob mentioned, is to be determined, right? We're going to work with the fire protection engineer who does the actual sprinkler design for the building. We're going to work with the fire department on the hose stream allowance. We're going to work with Department of Health on the domestic requirements, and we're going to come up with a final number, right? But we will have enough storage on site to meet fire protection and domestic demand requirements. As Bob alluded to, one of the things that we're going to be looking at when we look at the domestic storage is the volume, but we don't want to overstore this development, right? Meaning we don't want to have too much domestic storage on site. We don't want the water to get old. We don't want it to age in place. That can cause water quality concerns. So, but again, we're going to work with Department of Health on that. Department of Health will review this design before it gets built, and they will have the ultimate authority over the domestic piece of this design. So everything will be done in accordance with Rhode Island Department of Health rules and regulations for drinking water. So we'll have that extra layer of review and approval on this design before it gets built. Other than that, I think Bob covered most of what I was going to say anyway, so I guess we'll open it up for questions.
We do have a lot of questions. Are we having Stonebridge come up first? And I know Stonebridge is here. We thank you very much for taking the time to do this. And it is because residents as well as the board and the planning office have had some questions.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to start with any type of summary first or get right into questions?
First of all, my name's Tim Byrne. I'm the
Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E. I'm the moderator for Stonebridge Fire District. I really don't have much to add, certainly to what Bob has said. Northeast has done a great job with us, especially our plan moving forward for rehabilitation of the system. Not a lot had happened in many years. Who knows why? But this current board has sat down, looked at the age of the system, and decided to get a plan in place for not only infrastructure replacement as well as plant and water development replacement, which is what we've done. And we're in the process of doing that and prioritizing us. There's no secret, Boogamarsh Road has been an old part of the system. Other parts have been replaced. The Stonebridge area has been replaced. Main Road over the viaduct has been replaced. There are a lot of other sections that have been replaced over the years, whereas Boogamarsh Road has been neglected. Northeast is doing a great job for us. We have complete confidence in their ability, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Could you explain your relationship with both PAR Engineering and Northeast? They're ongoing consultants paid by Stonebridge?
Northeast is the engineer of record hired by Stonebridge. Bob's been with us for about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6, 9 years, something like that. 9 years. 9 years. Before that, we employed Giardini Engineering. He retired, and that's when we brought Northeast in. PAIR, we use for our hydraulic model. And it made sense to use them because they were also doing the North Tiverton model. With the systems being so closely linked, it only made sense to hire PAIR to do that. And they have remained the custodian of record for our model.
Okay. Does the work that was done start at your treatment plant, or is it basically for the hydraulic modeling? I'm just trying to understand what piece that they provided engineering support for.
Who would that be?
Either PAR Engineering or Northeast.
Well, Northeast being our engineer of record, he starts right at Stafford Pond and works all the way through to distribution. He's all things mechanical and engineering for our system. And again, PAR, we've hired for the hydraulic model for the distribution system.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about any problems that Stonebridge has had, or if you have any, let's say, deficiencies through the Rhode Island Department of Health? We're trying to get a picture of the health of your system. So just in the information that I was able to look up, there were numerous reports that were not submitted. It's still, as of yesterday, listed as unfiled, and that goes back for 2023 and 2024. I couldn't find anything more recent. If you could tell us if you're in compliance currently, or if it's still listed as a deficiency.
Well, as far as we understand, we're in compliance. Again, we've hired Northeast to do our compliance with us. They work closely with Department of Health on any compliance issues that we do have. Many times, a lot of these compliance issues we have is a timing issue. We take a sample, and for example, during that time frame, the laboratory that we use for our samples, we would take the sample, call the laboratory up, and wait for their arrival. Many times it didn't come, so we had to deliver the sample. The sample gets processed, and the results get sent to us and to the Department of Health. That was not happening in a timely fashion. And that's where many of these deficiencies came from. It was the reporting factor and not happening in a timely fashion. So our answer to that was to hire Northeast to monitor our sample taking and reporting requirements. So now what happens is we have hired a new sampling agency at the suggestion of Northeast, so that the samples are picked up in a timely fashion. They are analyzed, reported both to Northeast, us, and the Department of Health in a timely fashion. And it's severely cut down on a lot of the paperwork problems that we were receiving deficiencies on.
Is that just a recent development? Because a lot of there are different things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Two of them are, as of yesterday, the Stonebridge Fire District was still listed as unfiled for 2023 and 2024. And it seemed to still be an open issue. Other things that we saw, the Rhode Island Department of Health, it listed 54 violations. I think it was from January 1st, 2022 to present.
Right.
But I didn't see a decline in the issues, let's say over the past couple of years. Maybe there was, I just didn't notice anything significant. I'm not an engineer. This is just what my research showed. So I'm trying to understand, did it improve over time? Is that situation now resolved to give us confidence
absolutely.
in the system?
And probably Carl is our superintendent, and Carl monitors the sampling with the Department of Health much greater than we do as a board. But yes, it has. It would be a short answer.
What happened during that period? Oh, Carl Destreps, DESTREMPS. During that time when we got most of the deficiency, I was out on for medical reasons for 6 months. And I'm the sample guy. So it kind of got pushed to the side by the other guys. And then we hired Bob to take, when I came back, we hired Bob to do the compliance issues so that we didn't have to worry about it anymore.
I appreciate that. Sorry to hear that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand again, if Northeast has been a consultant for 9 years, and I looked up from January 1st, 2022 to present, it's still a lot over a long period of time.
Right. But a lot, again, like I say, a lot of those deficiencies from the Department of Health are timely reporting, and Northeast had nothing to do with that until we hired them, brought them on board. Now, when we did hire them and bring them on board, there was a backlog in both what we had to supply to the Department of Health, and again, in that timely fashion to do, and what was recorded. We've had a couple of concerns with the Department of Health in their timely updating of their paperwork. And it's not, I'm not trying to throw stones at the Department of Health. What I'm saying is that some of the reports have gotten misplaced and found. But again, the deficiency was issued. We contended the deficiency, and it came back to say that, yes, no, we found that report. We will fix it on our end. And many times it's not, because we go online and check the same thing. Licensing is the same issue. Again, that's why we rely on Northeast. They come in, they audit our monitoring, they audit our sampling, and make sure that we're on target and on task.
What were the two from the Department of Health that are still outstanding? I'm sorry. What was the two from the Department of Health that are still outstanding, you said?
It says Tier 1 results, fiscal year 2024 reporting period. Stonebridge is listed from fiscal year ending date 4/30/24 as being unfiled. And fiscal year ending date 4/30/23 is listed as unfiled. This is just
what was unfiled.
I'm sorry?
Does it say what was unfiled?
Not on the summary that I printed. You can look the State of Rhode Island Department of Health.
I question if that's our annual audit. We're in a process of trying to get our audits completed. The company that we had Bacon and Edge for years. They stopped doing the municipal audits. We put it out for RFP. We hired a company to do it. That company was bought and sold, and we have since hired another company. The problem is when you put these services out for RFP, it's getting people to respond to them, and that actually are licensed to do the work. There's not a lot of people that will do it or take on more workload. we still are waiting for a completion of our 2 audits, our 2023, 2024 audits. So we can finish the 25 and then begin the 26. And it's from our point of view, we're at the point where legal is beginning to get involved with the company to get our audits out. Because we have to file them with the state. And they're not being filed. And we're being asked where they are, but we can't get them from the company because they just won't finish them. They're not our company anymore. There's no incentive for them to do the work, which is why our legal will get involved with it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll have Bob check into those two
Okay.
that you're talking about. I think, huh?
Let me just add one thing.
Yep.
Yeah, just for point of clarification, Northeast Water has been performing engineering services since about approximately 2017. And it was when the time frame when Carl was going out on a medical leave that the board came to us and asked us if we would take over the compliance work also, because they had concerns, that about it getting done correctly. And so that's been about probably a little over 2 years that we've been involved with that. And this is not a criticism of anyone, but part of what we had to do was go back and reconstruct and refile some, previous monitoring, water quality monitoring work. What I can tell you is that the district has an extremely good record of water quality compliance. Even though they have an aging water treatment system, they are producing very good quality water. We're doing monitoring work on a daily basis. All the reports are being filed, and overall they have a very good record. And last fall, for example, when they lost the intake from Stafford Pond that had to go on water, 100% supply from North Tiverton, which is really the water coming from Fall River principally. We made that as seamless as possible. There was a lot of additional water quality monitoring work that was done, and we worked in concert with the operators, Carl and his team at the plant to make sure that the work was done correctly and comprehensively, and there was no adverse impacts relative to any public health risk whatsoever. And it's all documented and all been submitted. And we have maintained very close cooperative relationship with Department of Health on literally a day-to-day basis, quite frankly.
And we appreciate that. Thank you. This isn't meant to put anyone on the hot seat. This is just for us to understand
That's not how it
what's
feels.
going on in the system. And I just wanted to add to that, the other one that I printed was the State of Rhode Island Center for Drinking Water Quality 2024 annual report. And it listed monitoring and reporting violations. It listed Stonebridge at 22. And the next closest water system, the number of violations was at 13. So it was, almost
that
double.
is when I was out.
That's that time
Okay.
frame.
That's the time frame of when I was out.
So again, just to understanding our concerns that we looked from 2022 to present, and it seems to be, an ongoing continuous, and that's why we had some concerns.
It shouldn't be since Bob took it over. If there is something, then that paper's wrong, since Bob took over the monitoring situation.
I can just show you what was available.
No, I
what
know
was
it's on the
printed.
website. I've been on the website.
Okay. Could I just clarify a couple of other issues? PAR Engineering in Northeast. Are you also consultant for Mr. Mancini or for the developer? Just so I can tie those pieces together.
No, Northeast Water Solutions, we have no business relationship with Attorney Mancini or the developer.
Okay.
We work strictly for Stonebridge Fire District.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're acting on Stonebridge's behalf.
We
to
act strictly
testify
on Stonebridge's
for
behalf.
Mr. Mancini.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
And in fact, just so we're clear, if any, say, new development project, we get contacted all the time by developers in some of the projects in Tiverton. We automatically recuse from any possible project or involvement with any development project within Stonebridge Fire District. Okay, we have no involvement. Okay, because we work strictly for the fire district.
Let me just ask this one more way, just so that we're sure. You're a paid consultant for Stonebridge Water and Fire, but you're not paid in any way from Mr. Mancini or the developer? No compensation?
No compensation whatsoever.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Mr.
So,
Thies?
yep, Par Corporation was hired by Stonebridge to build their hydraulic model, which is the tool we use to evaluate this development, which we continue to use for Stonebridge on other, evaluations that we do for them. Stonebridge required that the developer hire us to run the hydraulic model evaluation for their development. So for that task, we were engaged by the developer.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're going to go to Attorney Jackson. And I'd also like to ask if North Tiverton has any comments or questions on this. At any point, just let us know so we can make time for you.
Yes, good evening. Tanner Jackson of Miller, Scott, Holbrook & Jackson on behalf of Carol Herman and Preserve Tiverton. Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R, Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Holbrook, H-O-L-B-R-O-O-K, and Jackson. I just had a few legal points / comments to make, and then if I may, I'd just like to permit the public to ask the questions that they may have. I submitted a letter this afternoon. I don't know if anyone's had the opportunity to read it, and for that reason, I'd just like to briefly reiterate what I put into that letter for your consideration about a couple legal points about the evidence that's been presented before you today. I know that the applicant has presented expert evidence and that there are no experts that are submitted by an objector or opposing the applicant tonight. However, at the May 19th hearing, there were two lay comments or two comments spread by non-experts on the record. One by Carol Herman, who relayed to you that she has already had water delivery issues and that she already has had sediment in her water as a result of main breaks. And Mr. Myers has also spread comments on the record at the May hearing that he has witnessed these water main breaks and that he experiences water pressure issues already at his home. The board received a memo from Weston and Sampson, I think the consulting firm, that instructed you to not take into account lay witness testimony in relation to the availability of potable water. That's incorrect. Rhode Island.
I think that's an exaggeration, is my only point.
Rhode Island permits lay testimony to the extent that it is a fact disclosed on the record, and that it is an observable fact from which the board may draw an inference. That is not true for traffic, and I am not asking that the lay witnesses be accepted as experts or that they put together a study and be accepted as such. But their observed facts are facts that the board may take into account to contradict the experts that are presented before you today. And so during your deliberations, I ask that you weigh their facts that they have presented to you when you also weigh the experts' opinions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Romano, did you have?
Nope, I just disagree with the characterization of the Westman and Sampson memorandum. Mr. Mancini, we can certainly argue about the board's consideration of expert and lay testimony later. And I will also be instructing them, I guess. But go ahead.
No, I don't want to get into that discussion. I have already responded and provided my memo to the board, and that was the memo that Mr. Myers said that he received this afternoon, and you only received that memo this afternoon because Mr. Tanner received his memo. But what I do want to clarify is I want to remind the board that in this capacity tonight, you sit not only as the planning board, but also the zoning board. So you have a quasi-judicial role. And as a quasi-judicial role, you have to show impartiality and you're held to a particular standard. So as the question was posed as to whether or not my consultants are being paid by my development team, my question is to Mr. Myers as to whether he believes he needs to recuse himself for either making certain statements relative to his opinion, and whether he's had any discussions with Mr. Tanner or anybody associated with Mr. Jackson, because the letter imposes or implies that that has occurred. So I think the record has to be made clean and clear as to whether there's any conflict or if there's any issues. And I know you're nodding your head, but I just need to clarify that for the record. Because Mr. Jackson in his own letter raises that question and that point. So I want to know if there has been a discussion with Mr. Jackson.
I'd be happy to comment on that.
Sure, I want you to.
I have never seen this thing until I got here tonight. Never had any conversations with the attorney. Never had any conversations with anyone representing the attorney. And it was a comment made, personal comment about when we're having back and forth about pressure in the area. I've had no comments with these people. So.
Hold on, let me just finish it. You said representatives. Have you ever spoken to any of Mr. Jackson's clients?
No.
Okay.
Never, no one that I even know who his clients are. So.
How about this evening? Have you had any discussions with any members in the public this evening about this application?
About this application?
Yeah, what we're doing right now.
No, I mean, they're here. I mean, I would have to have discussions. No.
Did you talk to anyone here tonight?
Say hello? Sure.
No, not pleasantries.
Yeah.
The merits of the case. That's all I'm just asking.
No, merits of the case, no, absolutely not.
All right.
And I don't even know who his clients are, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
So I couldn't answer that question.
I don't either. He hasn't identified his clients.
Right. So how would I know?
Preserve in Tiverton.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's.
These people all live near me, so.
Please, one at a time.
Okay, so that's another important point. So if they live near you, do you believe that you need to recuse yourself?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it'd be very impartial, sure.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
If I may, I know that I said it at the beginning, but perhaps I was speaking a little too quickly. My clients are Carol Herman, 1106 Main Road, Tiverton, and Preserve Tiverton, which is a Rhode Island nonprofit corporation. I have not, Mr. Mancini, spoken with Mr. Myers ever previously, if that is helpful to you.
It's helpful to the record. I appreciate it.
Yes.
And also, the two people in the company that he mentioned, I don't know them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, did you have any questions for Mr. Tice, Mr. Ferrari, Stonebridge?
Not at the moment. If I may, I'd like to let the public comment period begin, if that's okay.
Do you want the board first or the public?
Whatever you want.
Do we have any questions
you.
from the board before the public starts speaking? Any questions from the board? Sure. Adam?
Thank you for Stonebridge.
Certainly.
Do they want to come back up or do they just talk?
Adam has a question for Stonebridge, if you don't mind.
In regards to the monitoring and reporting violations, the last violation was that you don't have a state, we have a state qualified chlorine operator, chlorine systems operator. And I know that's mandated by the state.
We've got 3 of them.
Speaking to the microphone,
All right,
please.
so
Hold on, Adam, please.
We do.
Answer on the record, please.
Okay.
We do have.
The last violation in the list that I have here from.
No, it must say something about chlorine disinfection or chlorine dye.
No, it says, let me pull it up again. Sorry, bear with me.
Chlorine byproducts, maybe?
Chlorine system not operated by state-approved qualified operator. 12/17/2023 to 2/12/2024.
Bob's a state-approved qualified operator.
Okay, well, this is what's publicly available. This is from the Stonebridge website.
I'm telling you right now.
Well, if I can jump in, Stonebridge has directly hired. They have operators who are certified and qualified, and I can tell you also that Northeast Water Solutions has 8 certified, qualified operators as far as for 4-log chlorination systems.
Okay. Well.
4-log chlorination systems.
Okay, I mean, if you say so, I'm just going by. You might want to review that
I will.
that document.
I will, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board right now before the public speaks? Rosemary, did you have anything? No. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
A question about the tank itself, so I don't know who's the best. Tim?
Sure.
Couple questions on that. So do you know what the level is that is sort of the permissible level that it can draw down to?
Are you talking about on a day-to-day basis?
On a day-to-day basis. So at some point, I know there's a limit as far as what the drawdown is before it has to be refilled.
Correct. There will be a limit. It's not set. It's not fixed, meaning there isn't, I can't point to a standard that says it has to be exactly this. During the design phase, what we do is we work with, it comes down to the tank geometry. It comes down to the total system demand. It comes down to how quickly we can refill the tank. We take all of that into account, and then we set what that level should be on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
So it's an engineering exercise that we will go through.
And is that done, is there an alarm system for that, or is it an auto fill kind of thing?
It would be an autofill, and we would have a number of alarms on the tanks so that it would alarm at certain levels. A low water level it would alarm at. So if it ever got too low, an alarm would go off.
Great. And generally during, you would be filling during non-peak times? Is that the?
We would fill when the tank calls for water, meaning when it hits that threshold. But most of the time, that would be in non-peak times, right? Most water storage tanks fill at night because they go through that cycling, we call it, that draining and filling cycling. They go through the draining portion during the day, and then they fill at night, typically.
And during any kind of a fire event, let's say the sprinkler system was operating for a number of hours or for a time, and that tank started to draw down, it could be filling from the system as well. It's not just the tank, it's.
Correct. So we would have enough water in the tank to fight the fire. But once that water level hit a certain, drawdown level, the valve would open and start to let water into the tank. So it would actually be filling while the fire is being fought at the same time.
So it's not a closed system.
It's not a closed system. It's a very well monitored and engineered system, but it's not a totally closed system, no.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
So Cheryl, I do have well, Tim is still here. As you probably know, Tim, we have another building in town that has 2 water tanks, one of which is dedicated to domestic and irrigation, and the other one is dedicated to fire suppression. And I'm a little confused by what I've heard tonight. Somebody said that the Department of Health wants a dedicated tank for potable drinking water. And somebody else hinted that the fire department would probably like a dedicated tank for water for fire suppression. And I think we also and I'm wondering if irrigation will also need a separate tank because the health department won't want the irrigation water coming out of their potable drinking water tank. So I'm confused. Are we going to have 1 tank, 2 tanks, or 3 tanks? I know that can be worked out without any problems as you go forward, but I don't think these issues are resolvable tonight.
Correct. So I'm going to take your question sort of in reverse order. So the Stonebridge system will not be providing irrigation demand. That, as Bob mentioned, that's a condition of their approval of the system. So that will not be coming from the Stonebridge system.
Where will it be coming from? Because we do need it.
It'll be a well. Yeah, they'll drill their own wells for irrigation. So it won't be included in this storage system that we're talking about. The irrigation will not be included in that. In terms of how many tanks we provide and how they're divided up amongst fire and domestic, that is a detail we're going to work out. Like I said, we're going to work with the fire department. We're going to work with Department of Health. Right now, the plans actually show underground cisterns, multiple cisterns that make up the total volume that we need. So I think it might show 4 or 5 individual tanks to meet the total storage volume. So the number of tanks is still up in the air.
Okay, and so one last clarification question is, we've been all along hearing this number, 192,000 gallons. But tonight I'm hearing that that's going to change. That's going to change going forward, depending on what the engineers work out in terms of.
So 100.
Do you agree with that?
It's going, yes, it more than likely is going to change, and I'll tell you why. So when we did the modeling evaluation early on, there was an early estimate of fire protection that was required for the building, and it was somewhat rudimentary. They looked at the building size, they looked at the building occupancy, what they thought the materials of construction would be, and they estimated the total fire flow, which is at 1,600 gallons a minute. They estimated that on the high side.
And that's how you came up with the original 192,000.
Exactly, 1,600 gallons a minute for 120 minutes, which is 2 hours, 192,000. Once the fire protection system actually gets designed, as you heard the fire captain say, the building may get a discount on its total flow because it has sprinklers, right? And so those numbers usually come out to be, 1,600 gallon minutes is a rounded number. Those sprinkler numbers tend to be like, out to the 2 decimal places. So that number is going to get really engineered, and we're going to have a very precise number for what the sprinklers require. And then we're going to have a number for the outside hose stream, which is how much water they're going to need. Outside hose stream.
Hose.
So that's hose, yep. So that's how much water they're going to use when they fight it from hydrants outside. And so we're going to add that all up, right? And so it's going to come out to a number likely less than 1,600, but that's the number we used.
Okay, so my final clarification question, and maybe the fire marshal is the person to ask this to. I think I heard Captain Murphy say that NFPA requires, or at least Rhode Island's interpretation of the NFPA manual requires that the largest building on site have a complete sprinkler system. So does that mean that of the six big buildings that will have apartments in them, that the 2 biggest ones, the 4-story ones, will both have full, complete sprinkler systems, but the other buildings will not?
No, every building will have sprinklers. They just have to design the tank size for the most hazardous property, which would be the large building.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood that. Thank you.
I just have another clarifying question. You had mentioned 4 to 5 tanks, wells for irrigation. Have you spoken about that at the previous meetings?
So let me clarify. So the tanks that I said, the 4 to 5 tanks, those are the tanks that we would put in the ground for fire protection and domestic water. We're not talking about any tanks for irrigation. Irrigation is not something that we're going to be involved in the design with. That's a totally separate system.
And is that going to be by a well, or do you?
That'll be by wells. Yep.
Okay.
At our January meeting, when Lisa testified, the board requested, we had informed the board that we didn't know whether the wells, we did not know whether the tanks would be above ground or below ground, whether it would be located. And then we went to TRC in February. We also had that discussion then. And then the board had requested that they wanted to see the tank location on the plans. The plans were revised to identify the tank locations. With regards to the irrigation system, that's always been considered outside of the scope of Stonebridge and outside the scope of PAR. There would be no tanks associated with that. We would simply drill a well for the irrigation system, which is very common to do. And I don't think we've not noted that on the plans, but we can note that on the plans. But I do know that it is a condition of the June 8th memo that was provided by Northeast Water Solutions.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to open this up to the public. If you have brief comments regarding the water, please come up.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Dr. Robert Bishop. I live at 81 Lee Shore Lane in Tiverton. So, Mr. Ferrari, earlier you were describing that on the 26 days that Stonebridge was down, that North Tiverton was adequately supplying water very smoothly to Stonebridge, correct? So my question really goes to North Tiverton. I see we have the representative here. So my question is, currently at that time, you were able to supply the capacity. I'm sorry. Currently, okay. So currently, North Tiverton Fire Department was able to supply the capacity at that time to backfeed Stonebridge. My question to the gentleman from North Tiverton Fire District is, does North Tiverton Fire District have the capacity to also supply Stonebridge given the addition of the Vital project? Do you have enough current capacity today with the current design to also still support all of Stonebridge given Vital is added? That would be a question for the gentleman.
North Tiverton is, not on the hot seat, but if you'd like to respond to that,
Well,
it's entirely up to you.
it's important. Yeah, it's important because we're relying on this whole system working. And if the system has gone down 26 days, I will say that there's a little concern that a system that's only 35% being used, that we heard that earlier, 35% capacity has been down 8 times for 35% capacity, and you're already down 8 times. Wow, that's not good. But so I really want to ask this question, but that's why we need to be backfed. We've had to be backfed before. We already have a system that's gone down 8 times at only 35% capacity. So we need to know next time this happens, can North Tiverton Fire District meet that demand now if Vital is added currently? Hello? Yeah. So thank you.
Just to respond to that, the fact that what I said earlier to clarify this, Stonebridge Fire District is their water draw from their source, which is Stafford Pond, is based upon the average of the last 10 years of water data, okay? They're at about 35% of what they have, their contracted available draw from Stafford Pond could be, okay? And that's a contract between Stonebridge Fire District and Watupa Water, which basically essentially owns the water rights to Stafford Pond and technically is the supplier of water to the Fall River, okay? There's no relationship between where Stonebridge is as far as what percent of their draw capacity from the pond is, and when they've had line breaks, which caused a temporary disruption in service in the system, okay? With the exception of when they lost their 40-year-old intake piping back in October, okay? That's when they, and this is a fairly, and I think Bob can further describe this, they have a relationship with North Tiverton Fire District as well as Portsmouth, that if one or another of these entities loses their water supply, they can supply each other with water, and there's interconnections between the systems. In that situation, the supply from North Tiverton Fire District was immediately initiated, coming down through ultimately through North Brayton Avenue, okay, to supply water into the Stonebridge system. Okay, that's got nothing to do with what percentage of their allowable draw is from Stafford Pond, okay, as far as when they've had service disruptions.
Thank you. If Mr. Willett is willing to answer, if you don't mind doing that, we appreciate it.
So currently,
State your name, please.
Bob Ouellette, North Tiverton Fire District General Manager. OUELLETTE. So if we have to feed Stonebridge currently, it's usually an emergency case. If this was a maximum day demand issue with this development in Stonebridge, that would be something that would have to be modeled to see if we could do it. But if we had just your it was an emergency. There's things that you could do by having like outside water restrictions and asking people to conserve to help a neighboring district. Would it be ideal? Probably not. But a study through PAR and the hydraulic model would help make that decision.
So has there ever been a study now?
If you could go to the mic and just address the questions to the board.
Sure, I apologize. So for 26-day period today, could North Tiverton supply for 26 days the continual load, drinking, everything else we spoke about for 26 days with under today's current configuration?
There hasn't been a study to give that information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Distrance?
We don't only have to take the water from Stonebridge. From North Tiverton. We could also take it from Portsmouth. So I could have him feed half the district and have Portsmouth feed the other half. If you know what I'm saying, by valving off certain areas. So when the back feed, which comes across the river down near Riverside Drive from Portsmouth, that's the back feed from Portsmouth. That could take care of that area, and then Bobby could take care of the eastern area.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Has a study been done on Portsmouth feed capability to know that you can definitely meet that supply from both sides? So I think those are serious things that we need to know if we're adding this additional capacity.
Thank you. Next person?
Hi, my name is Marie Adamowski. I live at 161 Mark Drive, Tiverton. I live on Stafford Pond. And my comment, the fact that Stonebridge is drawing at 35%, during the summer on Stafford Pond, when we don't get much rain, the water level drops to a level that you can see rock for 20, 30 feet. And my concern is if we start drawing even more water over time with these developments, that the pond itself is going to suffer. The pond attracts wildlife. We have bald eagles on the pond. We have ducks. We have geese. We have all these wonderful creatures that are part of our conservation of the pond. And we're talking about the capacity, the ability to draw the water, but the water isn't an infinite supply. So I just like that recognized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Calabrese, 14 Ocean View Avenue. Is anyone else concerned that for 6 months?
Can you adjust her mic for her?
I'm saying I'm short. I resemble that remark. I'm just a little concerned. I'm so sorry that that poor man was out ill for so long, but nobody tested the water for 6 months.
Hold on, Mr. Champs. Come on.
You said that you were out.
Yes. One at a time, please.
The water was tested.
You said things weren't done while you were out.
It wasn't done in a timely fashion, put it that way. And if you're not in a timely fashion, the Department of Health doesn't like that at all.
No, I can understand that.
So
they're watching out for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just a little concerned about the Stonebridge Water District as a whole. I've lived here for 45 years, and I always heard that their infrastructure was not taken care of the way that North Tiverton was taken care of. And I'm a little concerned if we add more stress onto them, what else is going to break down? That's all.
Thank you.
I'm going to readjust this. Mark Bartlett, 111 Lee Shore. Thank you for the chance to talk to the gentleman from PAR and Northeast. I had some questions first on the pressure, the residual pressure study that was done. It's news to me because I'm relying entirely on this PAR engineering report that I have from January 12th of this year. So quoting, I'm going to go right to the heart of the matter, and we're going to backtrack a little bit on pressure. But Parr says, concluding, the SBFD water system does not have sufficient capacity to provide adequate domestic water pressure or the required fire flow for the proposed Tiverton project. So they then go on to talk about what they could do to solve that problem, but the problem still stands. And there's been a lot of discussion about you're going to have fire tanks. I think it's pretty clear you're going to have dedicated fire tanks. You're going to have domestic water tanks. That's pretty clear. But the pressure that they're saying here in their study when they ran the model, unless it's been updated, and it could be, it's been updated, I don't know. But the pressure that their model predicts at the model junctions, which I assume are the junctions up at the Vital project, would be 27 to 29 PSI. Now, adequate pressure is normally 60 to 80. So I think that leads to the conclusion that this can't work with the current system because the pressure is so low. Is that correct?
So the low pressure within the development in our model is primarily due to the elevation of the development, right? So we identified basically two issues with Stonebridge's system, or I should say with this development and the system. One is that the elevation is very high, which accounts for the low pressure, which is why we're recommending pumps to increase the pressure. And then the delivery capacity of fire flow, right? Getting the water, enough water to the development to fight a fire, which is why we're proposing the storage tanks. So it is correct. The pressure there, if we were not to do anything, the pressure within this development would be too low because it's at the top of a hill. And if we were to do nothing, there would not be enough delivery capacity to get the fire flow there. So adding pumps and adding storage rectify those two issues.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I was a little confused because when I heard Robert Ferrari's testimony, he said they had modeled the Stonebridge system and come up with pressures, residual pressures of, was it 50, Robert? How many pounds of pressure did you find? That was just in the system generally, or?
We did several things. Number one, we did a hydrant flow test, I should say. Actually, we had the developer do the hydrant flow test. We witnessed it. That at a flow rate of 750 gallons a minute at the hydrant, we had a residual pressure of 27 pounds. And I'd like to point out that that is very consistent with the subsequent model findings by Parr, okay, when they actually used a somewhat higher fire flow requirement. We then most recently had Parr run a simulation based upon using the recommended daily, to meet domestic requirements of 42 gallons a minute, not using 1,600 gallons a minute or 750 gallons a minute. We want to see we were imposing restrictions on the amount of conditions today, and then with this project, at those sustained demand conditions using an average flow rate of 42 gallons a minute. And that determined that there was about a 3-pound pressure drop at the critical nodes immediately upstream of, well, actually throughout most of that whole western and northwestern end of the district, and the feed water going into the North Tiverton Carry Lane pump station. So we were having the model specifically to what we were imposing as conditions of Stonebridge's approval of water supply for this system. Okay, it's got nothing to do with the fire department, got nothing to do with anybody else. It's what Stonebridge would be requiring to supply water, because we wanted to avoid any significant adverse impact on the rest of the service area. And that's what the model simulation demonstrated at the conditions that we were imposing.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. It's pretty evident these tanks are absolutely essential, correct? Mm-hmm. That this project can't happen unless the tanks are there. And so as a board, you have a decision to make. I went back and looked at the zoning rules. And under use within a residential district, R40, it says, it lists off things you can't have as uses. For example, an electric generating station or things like that. And it's under the category of utilities. And one of the categories is other public utilities not otherwise mentioned. It's in subsection 5G of the Appendix A and Section 4, land use. So I asked myself, I see this, and I know that someone said earlier, this board is acting both as a planning board and in effect as a board of appeals, a zoning variance board, correct? All right, incorrect? This board is comprehensive permit. You're in a comprehensive permit setting here. So you have to act both as a planning board and also as a zoning board. Because there is no, you can't go to the, zoning board and seek a variance. You are the source of that variance. What I'm suggesting is this water system with tanks, pumps, monitors, low-level determinations, you've got effectively a little private water company. Who's going to be in charge of this? It's not going to be Stonebridge. Because if those residents have a problem, they're on their own. Because they're going to have a homeowners association, most likely, that's responsible for that system. It's a utility, let's face it. Yeah, they're getting their supply from Stonebridge. But at the end of the day, this is a utility established on the top of that hill for those residents only. So to me, that falls under that category of, a zoning variance is required. Pretty clear to me. Now, I'm not an attorney, but as an engineer, I like to think I'm logical. And I don't see it. I really think the board, I'm just going to say this. I think the board should slow down and look at this issue and decide, don't decide tonight. That would be, to me, it's just rushing ahead and not listening to all the concerns that have been raised about water supply. But the zoning issue is, to me, it's an issue. Now, others will say,
I'm sorry, if you could just finish up. We've got several more people to get to, and
All
it's
right.
10:14.
Okay.
As much as I don't want to cut anyone off.
well, there's going
we
to
have
be,
continue.
someone is going to say, I'll tell you this right now, someone's going to say the Department of Public Health won't regulate this as a private utility, okay? They're going to say, because you're getting water from Stonebridge, it's already chlorinated, good condition, you don't need to call this a separate water supply. I'm just saying, as a board, I think you've got the latitude to say, well, that may be true, but we still think because DPH is going to be looking over this very carefully, because the homeowners have to have it done right, it's a utility. We want a variance for this. Well, let's talk about that. Maybe go back to the master plan level, do something to address this issue.
Okay. I think Stu had a follow-up on that.
So that was a question I was going to raise later in a slightly different form because as I recall, what we did with the zoning use table is that a tank for holding potable water is different than a tank holding fire suppression water. So a cistern for fire suppression water would probably be a permittable use, but I don't think a tank for potable water would be. So we would need legal counsel to give us an opinion on that, because if that is needed, then we would have to add that to the list of waivers. we now have 5 waivers, which are called adjustments under the comprehensive permit system. But we would need to add that to the list. So I was going to ask our attorney later this evening if we needed to add the 1 or more tanks to that list of adjustments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. And if you can be just as brief as you possibly can, we'd appreciate it.
That's my intent.
Thank you.
I'd like to be done too. All right. Good evening. My name is Jason Osborne, and I'm at 1168 Main Road. So it's good to see we have Team Water here tonight because there's a lot of questions and some are getting answered. First thing, a general comment is the applicant has substantially improved the quality of the application. So since it was originally submitted about 2 years or so ago, there's been big improvements in the quality. However, water has been the primary concern, and as you can tell, primary concern from the beginning. Now we've heard testimony, sworn testimony, from the residents adjacent to the development about the water flow and pressure, and those have been voiced several times in the past. You check the record for the names and addresses of those people. The applicant has acknowledged the flow and pressure challenges for the site and has addressed them via pumps and reserve tanks based on the modeling that was done. The hydro model has shown that there is adequate pressure in the adjacent neighborhood. However, the testimony from the neighbors in that neighborhood has the record shows that that is not the case. I brought that up about 2 meetings ago to the planning board and was told that this topic would be addressed by the planning board. To date and this evening, I haven't heard anything regarding testimony from any of the members on the water boards about this issue. So why is that important? Okay, so if the model shows that there's adequate pressure and there really isn't, then the calculations, the assumptions for all the water tanks, whatever they are, would need to be revisited. Now, there may be a reasonable explanation for that. There could be water flow restrictions. There could be pinches in the pipes. It could be lots of other practical reasons, but I have not heard those addressed. So if it really is a latent problem to the system, then there will be big liability issues, not only for the board, but also for the applicant at a later time. So it's kind of a win-win situation to have that addressed now, and I haven't heard anything that resolves that. I would expect that the pressure at the tap, the model shows they were taking pressure readings at the fire hydrants, but I'm guessing the delivery pressure by Stonebridge should be, I don't know, was it 30, 40 PSI to the house? And if that's not the case, then you need to understand there's a systemic issue there. So if somebody has an explanation for that, I haven't heard it.
What I'd like to do is hear from the 3 remaining witnesses, and then if Attorney Mancini wants to have Par Engineering or Northeast comment on that, we'll just do it at the end, but we want to get through a few people.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And maybe that needs to be a condition of approval, that issue gets resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Carol Herman, 1106 Main Road. I directly abut the parcel under consideration. My question is perhaps best answered by the Stonebridge representatives or the North Tiverton representative. Are the proposed buildings located in Stonebridge Fire District or North Tiverton Fire District?
Stonebridge, would you prefer to answer, or do you?
Are you a water district representative?
Yes. Yeah.
we have kind of a unique set of circumstances here. This parcel is kind of between. It's between the ends of the piping from each district, so it's kind of an in-between area, and theoretically could potentially be served from either side. Okay, so it's as I said, literally, it's between the two districts.
I looked up on the town's GIS maps, the boundaries of each water district. Stonebridge encompasses the wetlands portion of the 44-acre McGinnis parcel, the wetlands that directly abut my property, which is in Stonebridge. All of the buildings that they'd like to put up are located in North Tiverton Fire District. And after hearing testimony tonight, I believe that was intentional because Stonebridge would have to pump water uphill to this building location, whereas North Tiverton, the water would flow down Fish Road to this location of the buildings. And so given that the buildings are located in North Tiverton Fire District, my next question is, does the Stonebridge Charter authorize it to deliver water outside of its boundaries or to tax property outside of its boundaries?
Do you want to comment on that then?
Look, a part of me believes that that is way out of the bounds of anything that this board should be determining as to whether the project can go forward. And it's really an issue with Stonebridge itself and or North Tiverton Fire Districts, who apparently have made a determination as to whom shall provide this water.
I would encourage you to read Stonebridge Charter because it specifically says they are not authorized to deliver water outside of their boundaries. And if Stonebridge is not authorized and North Tiverton has said they do not have the capacity, then this project is left without a water supply. So it is something that must be decided before the board can vote, because that's a condition.
What I would say, Ms. Herman, is all approvals are conditioned on the applicant receiving necessary permits. If they cannot receive those permits, that's the end of the project. If they cannot receive water from Stonebridge because of a charter provision, that's the end of their project, I suppose. But that is beyond the purview of this board as to whom shall provide water to this project.
My understanding was part of the checklist for preliminary plan approval was to show that they had reliable water supply.
Yes.
And
they've presented evidence to that effect. Debatable. Fine.
Okay. And I guess I'm putting that into question.
Okay.
And my final question would be, Weston and Sampson, in fact, said what remains unexplored is whether the water treatment plant for Stonebridge, which we now know was out of commission for 26 days in the last year or so, whether that has the capacity to treat the additional gallons, millions of gallons of water per year that this project would need. I understand the water they believe is in Stafford Pond, but the water has to go through the water treatment plant and the water mains to get there. So they've told us the water mains are in poor shape and millions of more gallons of water isn't going to change that. I guess the attitude is you got unreliable water service now, you'll have unreliable water service when the vital project gets built, so no harm, no foul. But the water treatment plant is an open question. So I would ask you to look at that and to ask for verification, because Weston and Sampson, who you hired to do reviews, raised that question, and it has not been discussed at all tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Anderson, again. I have a couple of questions. One is the nearest hydrant to the site, where was that? That was tested.
We can let them comment at the end
Okay.
of,
Because I don't
the
recall
residents.
any hydrants on on Sousa Road. There's no hydrants that I remember seeing on Sousa Road, which is even more of a question as to how the fire people are going to attack
they
the
have it
fire
outlined.
without a hydrant.
I'm sorry. They have it outlined in their hydraulic modeling of where they tested, so we'll have them respond at the end.
Okay. The other thing is, how much pressure is needed at a typical house? Was it 30? 20? 20 by law? Okay, is that enough? Because I timed myself. I had my tap on full blast to fill a gallon jug. It took 97 seconds to fill a gallon jug of water in my house. I really don't have pressure now. And with this thing, and they're saying it's going to be less, I don't like that. The other thing that I want to say about the last water main break, that I come home and here's a water main break. I wake up, no water. For hours, I had no water. When we finally got water, somebody from church called me and they said, "Hey, did you know that you're supposed to boil your water?" And I'm like, "What?" I was never notified. He said he heard it on the news and he thought he had to do it. And I said, "No, you live in North Tiverton." So I was never notified that I had to boil my water until somebody from church called me. And I found out by watching the news Sunday night that, hey, my boil water is off. Nobody notified that I didn't have to boil water. So, and I know I'm not the only one on Stonebridge that was not notified about this boiling water thing. So I'm very concerned about a customer, long time, I've been here for over 30 years, being on Stonebridge and not being notified of this concern. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, the other thing is because of my pressure, and this thing needs pressure, and I don't have pressure, are you going to have a pump on Main Road so the rest of us can have pressure like they can up the hill?
Yes, good evening, Sally Black. I would usually say Tiverton, Rhode Island, but tonight I have to say state of Rhode Island because we no longer have a Tiverton, Rhode Island. I've been coming to zoning and planning board meetings for years. We had a structure, we had a form of government. Just recently, we had a zoning committee that passed their directions to the planning board, that passed their directions to the town council. And when the town council got them, they said, wait a minute, don't rush with this. We're not going to rubber stamp this. We want a special workshop to see who we want Tiverton to be. Every blade of grass, every inch of the town. We're not against affordable housing, not at all. We welcome it. And I think the first thing was probably better because the zoning is R40. How did it become R40? Well, here's the facts. It was highway commercial all the way down to the Coachman. And there was a developer that came not long ago, and he wanted to put a mixed use in there. People up there were sitting there. They know what I'm talking about. I stood in this auditorium, and they said, everyone who doesn't want this, stand up. And there were 5 or 10 of us that did not stand up. We said we'd look at it, we'd see if it would be okay. Then they changed. The council said, we have to do something about this. They deliberated, and they thoughtfully changed it to R40. They said, that's what we want there in Tiverton. So I stand here tonight, and I cannot believe that we think we can put 1,060 houses or units in a city square block. How have you never been to a budget meeting if you think we can do that? Because when they ask for 1 firefighter or 1 policeman or 2 teachers, it's wait a minute, we better wait a few more years and we'll save up. No. This is unbelievable. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The planning board used to have power. The zoning board had power. They don't have power anymore. They're being forced by the state. And I know it was a good thing that they want affordable housing, but this isn't it. Because everybody pay attention. If there's 300-something units, there's very few for the people that really need this. So it's not for the affordable people that need housing. It's for the developers. It's to fill their pockets. That's what it's for. So don't make believe that we're snobs in Tiverton, because we're not. Because where Pardon Gray was, we used to feed and clothe the poor. We're not snobs in Tiverton. We love everyone here. Our public schools accept everyone. There's no test to get in. There's no test to get out. We even fought a high-stakes exit test that Massachusetts had because multiple pathways, every kid that comes through that door is getting out. And that's who we are. And I'm proud to be. And no one's going to come save us. It's all up to you tonight. Thank you.
John Baylog, 29 Elk Drive, Tiverton, Rhode Island. A simple question regarding the conditions for ambient pressure, 6158. To protect the people, the existing users, how would you enforce that? How would you, either during construction or afterwards, if there were pressure drops, what would you do? How would you rectify it? That's it.
Thank you. At the end, we can't keep.
Joanna Ruda. Seems, ARRUDA. Seems that we have a huge issue here with a significant impact on everyone, and it's water. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to take me a minute.
Last resident.
I hope so. And the slowest. Hi, Jamie French, and I live at Craig Avenue. I have from a conservation point of view, I am concerned about the level at Stafford Pond. I've inquired about this previously, and I talked to Fall River director concerning this, and Stafford Pond has never had what they would consider a safe study, which is a study that shows how fast the water refills in Stafford Pond as it's taken out. And so that is an unknown amount. And the amount that was designated to Stone Bridge was done so by a court decision and not by any studies at all. And so if Stone Bridge, and I don't want to restrict Stone Bridge's use of the water, but I'm just saying that if their water, if they go up to 100% water use of Stafford Pond, it's unknown if that's even could happen. It's an unknown. It's never been studied. Thank you.
Thank you. If that's it for residents, we're going to have PAR Engineering or Northeast or Stone Bridge or North Tiverton or whoever respond to the open questions.
Well, I guess I'll go first. I'll try to.
Hold on, Mr. Ferrari.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very brief, please.
Thank you. It's very brief.
Either mic.
Okay. My name's Annabella Camps. I live right here on Bulgamarsh Road around the corner. And my comment is piggyback on what other residents have shared, the pressure. I am one of those lucky few that has a very low 20. And in fact, when the water pressure has problems at the end of the road, it goes down to 10. And when it goes out, I have nothing as well. And when it comes back, it's brown for I don't know how long. And I also have the problem where I don't get notified. Thank you, Stonebridge, for not notifying me. And I don't get called, I don't get emailed, I don't get anything. So, and I have a child that has disability, and it doesn't help that we don't know. And I know our residents are elderly, and a lot of them have children. And this is a community where we need pressure, but more than anything, we care about people. So if this plan is great, great. But if it's not, let's fix what we got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's quite a few questions were asked. I'll do my best to remember them and answer them. It may not be in the order they were asked. Regarding pressures, Stonebridge commissioned PAR to do a updated hydraulic model, which they've done. The model, among other things, they actually do what they call calibration of the model, where they're measuring flows and pressures in the system and comparing them to model results for similar conditions. Now, there can be localized variances from that. No one's suggesting that there isn't. A few folks have mentioned how they've experienced low pressure at their house, at least on occasion. Unfortunately, unless we know when that happens, we can't necessarily be able to relate that. Was it associated with a line break, or was it associated with something else that was occurring? We don't know. I would encourage, and I would do this at any system, I would encourage residents, if you're experiencing low pressure or poor quality water, which can happen, you should immediately call, in this case, the Stonebridge Fire District, and let them know. You should know, because then people can be dispatched to assess if there's a specific problem occurring, whether it's local to a given residence or to an area. Okay, but we don't necessarily know what's occurring at any given point in time because we don't have pressure monitors all over the system. We are monitoring the level in the standpipe tanks. So you got to keep in mind, the general pressure in the system is a function of the water level in the standpipe tanks. That is monitored continuously 24/7, 365. And that's the standard that is typically used, not just by Stonebridge Fire District, but any fire district that's got, most of them have elevated water storage tanks or standpipe tanks, and that's what we use to assess how are we doing pressure-wise in the system. But you can have local problems that occur. We need to be notified of that. So there's that. Beyond that, a question was asked about, does the treatment plant have capacity? And where does that stand? And the folks in Weston and Sampson made some comments. I'd like to point out that the treatment system is operating at the most probably about 50% of its effective capacity. The treatment plant capacity actually is the established capacity or rated capacity is actually lower than what the draw capacity is from Stafford Pond. We unfortunately had an outage for 26 days, as several folks have pointed out. The good news is because there was no water going through the water treatment plant, the district used that opportunity to effect a lot of preventative maintenance and repairs that were needed. And the optimum time to do it is when you don't have any water in your system, in your treatment plant. We are undergoing a very comprehensive evaluation of the treatment system because improvements are going to be necessary. The treatment plant that we have, the current iteration was constructed in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and it is due for improvements. There have been a lot of, over the years, replacement of components and preventative maintenance, and now we're looking at alternatives for how do we do a more comprehensive upgrades of the system. So all this is being looked at and evaluated. But we are substantially below what our effective capacity is of the treatment plant. Can you folks think of any questions that I haven't, that I might be able to address that I haven't?
No, but while you're up there, could you just clarify another issue for me? Does Stonebridge have any other tanks that they manage or run right now that would be similar to this, or any tanks other than their own, any development tanks?
No, right now Stonebridge has the 2 standpipe tanks, and that's what they.
That's for their own use.
Yeah,
but
and that's
none
that's
that
what
are
they
in
manage.
developments
That's
that,
not that I'm aware
okay,
of.
that they're responsible for.
Oh, one other issue. At least one of the commenters mentioned that wasn't notified of the boil water order. What occurred in that situation was, first of all, it was a precautionary boil. There's 2 types of boil water orders, and this is related to the potential for coliform bacteria contamination in the system. The water, regardless of the source, whether it's Stonebridge water, North Tiverton water, or Portsmouth water, it's all chlorinated water, okay? So when there was a line break, the state requires issuing what they call a precautionary boil water order. It's not an absolute mandatory requirement. Now, that was, my understanding is that was, we prepared the order for the district. I believe it was at least published on, one or more websites. On very short notice, it's rather difficult to notify more than 1,000 customers immediately. But the water continued to be chlorinated so to protect the users from the concerns over bacterial contamination. And in fact, testing work was done that validated that there was no identified threat relative from a water quality standpoint to customers. If there had been, if we'd crossed a certain threshold relative to, if we had actual identification of coliform bacteria in the system, it would have gone to a mandatory boil water order. And at that point, there would have unquestionably been a notice delivered to every customer. But we were on a precautionary boil water order because the water continued to be chlorinated continuously throughout the entire period of time when we were on water supplied from North Tiverton Fire District. Okay, so there was no net degradation in water quality or in protection of public health in that situation. Tim, you might have some responses.
Bob covered most of what I was going to respond to. Just a couple of things. Somebody asked where the hydrants were that were tested as part of this development, because there's no hydrants on Sousa Road. That is correct. There's no hydrants on Sousa Road. We tested hydrants on Main Road, just near the intersection with Sousa, right? And then the models what's going to happen on Sousa Road to the development, right? So we extend the model for all the areas of the system where there is no piping. So that's where the testing happened. And then there was a question, somebody made a comment that Department of Health would not be required to look at this. Department of Health will absolutely look at this design and provide approval before it gets constructed. That's everything else I had.
Stonebridge, I just had one other question. One of these gentlemen, I'm not sure which one, mentioned the number of customers that you have. Do you know how many customers Vitel would increase that by? Do you go by units or people that are anticipated to live there for customers? By units. So you have currently how many? So this would increase it basically by 20%, or I don't have the math in front of me. So you'd see that much of an increase.
I'm sorry. Come on up, sir.
It's just clarifying how many customers you have. We just want to understand what this increase would be to Stonebridge.
We've got about 1,045 customers as we speak. This unit, normally we would go by units being residences that we would supply water meters to. This project will not have individual water meters, if I'm correct. We don't have individual water meters to each unit. We'll have one water meter for the project. Similar to Dadson Park, Dadson Mobile Home, we have 1 meter and 1 metering pit. The water that supplies all the units over there goes through the main meter, and that's the meter that we read and we bill by. This project would be the same. So this project would be metered for Stonebridge water, and then from there it would get distributed out to the units. So the short answer to your question is it's only going to increase our customer base by 1. But the multiple use would obviously be more. It would be like a Dadson mobile home, mobile park.
Okay. Thank you.
So currently it's 1054, you said, customers?
About 1045.
So we're going to add 256 units for this.
I guess that's the number.
Equivalent,
Yeah.
equivalent
Yeah, yeah,
customers,
equivalent.
correct?
Yeah.
All right, and then they have Pocasset Farms, which is 270 down the street, that hasn't taken part yet of you in any use at all?
Where is that? Well,
What? They're
yeah.
not Stonebridge? Okay,
Yeah,
never
that's-
mind.
yeah.
Sorry. Just wanted, because the numbers are starting to climb very quickly.
No, well, yeah.
Okay. I just have to figure out where we are here. Attorney Mancini, anything to finish up with these gentlemen?
No, I think we've addressed the water issue. You've heard from Stonebridge, you've heard from Stonebridge Consultant, you've heard from Mark Consultant. We're done with the water issue. We've satisfied the condition of approval of master plan, which was to provide you the hydraulic model and the conditions associated with that. And so we feel we've met the water issue for preliminary plan.
Okay. I did miss the step. I want to go back to the board and ask any final questions that they have. So Stu, if you have anything.
The most recent report, it's called a Water Supply System Management Plan that goes to Rhode Island Water Resources Board. The most recent submitted by Stonebridge Fire District was 2022. It's a 5-year plan, updated every 30 months. They're behind on it, but it states that that Stonebridge Fire District at that time had about 8,000 people. Not units, people, whether they're in homes or in businesses or in clubs, people who consume water. My understanding, and this is just to add a little clarity to, hopefully, to Cheryl's question, my understanding of the Vital Project is that when all of the units are filled with renters, that we'll be looking at something like another 500 people. I believe that those are the numbers that I could come up with, because I was curious about the percentage increase of the Vital Project, and what kind of an increase that would cause to the Stonebridge Fire District system. So please contradict me if I've got my math wrong, but that's what I researched. I have some suggestions for improvements, I hope, to the decision that would involve one additional condition, but I'll leave that be. We haven't even gotten to the landscaping issue with respect to the pedestrian pathways. That was an issue that came up at our last meeting, and we deferred it to this meeting, and we haven't gotten there yet. So,
Mr. Hardy, I can certainly ask the applicant if they would be willing to extend the time clock. As we know, there's no obligation for them to do so. I would hope they would agree to do that. If we could wrap up the testimony and close the public hearing, at least. Is that the only remaining issue, Mr. Hardy, that you have?
Two people.
Mr. Hardy, is that the only remaining issue you have, is the sidewalk issue?
no, I have a lot of water issues that I'd like to address and see if it can be worked out with the applicant. But I also have I would also like to comment on a proposal that was made in the memo we received yesterday, which was a modification of the memo that you had done, Mr. Romano, a couple of days ago.
To the board.
To the
Solely.
board, yes, to the board. You did a confidential one, and then another one came out, and I thought that so I have some issues there.
So it's 1050. How much do you have left? Mr. Mancini, you have at least the crosswalk issue or sidewalk
There are
issue.
some members of the public who would still like to be heard, apparently.
I think the I think a
Mr.
lot of
Mancini.
a lot of these open questions can be deferred to final plan. It seems like there are additional conditions that can go to final plan. I'm at preliminary plan under a comprehensive permit. I've more than satisfied the requirements for the preliminary plan. We've been going since November of 2025. I think it's time to make a decision one way or the other, and we'll make our go to the next stage.
The preliminary plan stage is typically the stage in the review process where we focus very heavily on the engineering and get those questions pretty much answered, even though there may be some loose ends that still need to be tied up at final plan stage. We're not at that point.
You know,
there are still a lot of water engineering issues that are outstanding. I'm not saying we can't get there. I'm not sure we can get there tonight.
No, but I disagree with you. Under normal circumstances, you're correct. Under the Subdivision Act for major land development projects, you're correct. At preliminary plan, engineering needs to be completed. Under the comprehensive permit, I can submit final plans and I could submit state agency approvals up until the issuance of the building permit. So I have up until the issuance of the building permit to continue to work out these issues and to further design and review. Under the comprehensive permit, master plan, which is normally the conceptual plan, is only optional. Preliminary plan has kind of usurped that master plan stage. Here you have both the master plan, which has been reviewed, approved, vested, and you have a conceptual preliminary plan, which is highly extensively detailed and engineered to the point where we have a DM permit, we're on the verge of a DOT permit, and we've also received what has been required of us to receive with regards to water availability, water capacity. You've heard it from Stonebridge's own expert and engineer and PAR Engineering, who we've hired at their request to do the hydraulic model, to determine the issues, and then to find mitigation for those issues. We've also addressed the sidewalk issues. We've addressed the height issues. We've addressed the density. We've addressed the traffic. We've addressed the school-aged children, the pickup, the safety with regards to that. We've provided you reports with regards to the fiscal impact study. We've gone through the line of all of the required findings, and we've established and met them. In fact, the town planning staff memo dated yesterday identifies all of the elements and all of the evidence which we've provided to each one of those elements. I'm not sure that there's anything more that we can do at this stage that is required or necessary to do at this stage. I think we're ready to move on to the next stage,
Sir,
if that's what you'd like us to do.
I agree that we've made a lot of progress. I think we need to make more progress. This board needs to make findings of fact when it approves the preliminary plan. And finding number 4, health and human health and safety, specifically refers to water. I can't go there tonight because I don't have enough information. I think we can get there. And I would support Mr. Romano's suggestion that we do perhaps a very short continuation of the time clock so that we can have another session. Tonight, a lot of things have come out tonight that could help get us where we need to be, but we're not quite there yet.
Well, I'd refer you to your staff's report under number 4, and I think they've adequately addressed.
I disagree with that.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm sure you do. That's fine. Yeah, I think we've accomplished everything we can. Take your vote.
So you have an option. Mr. Mancini is saying to take your vote. I think it would be good enough if you agree to close the public hearing at least. Wrap up whatever questions you have tonight, close the public hearing to let you come back for a decision. But we got to keep going then.
We have 3 people that are anxiously raising their hands. I'm not sure we can hear 3 more people.
20 seconds? Can I get 20 seconds on the clock? Can I have 5 seconds?
5 seconds.
5 and I'll do like 10.
Please, make it
Could I
quick.
keep the fire? Mine's 5. Fire engineering, please. How much water pressure will move that stone?
Your name, sir?
Oh, goodness, wait.
What's the wire?
You need to use the microphone. Mr. Cormier, use the microphone, please.
I would like to ask how much water pressure.
Mr. Cormier, you have to go
You gotta
up
say
to
it
the
into-
mic so people can hear you.
I want to know how much water pressure it would take to move that stone. You're an engineer.
I could certainly.
Okay,
Can you
we're,
read-
we're not
This
going
is-
to get into
yeah,
this. This isn't a question that the board can do right now. I'm sorry. This
He's
isn't
the
pertaining to
engineer.
the development.
This is a stone.
Okay.
It takes a certain
Next
amount of
person, please, very
pressure to
briefly.
move it.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's 11 o'clock and this isn't pertaining to the project, so I need to
Okay.
move on. I'm sorry.
You, this established by this lawyer that the water comes from Fall River.
Okay.
It's not Tiverton's water. We have no water.
Okay.
You
right.
understand that? These 2 people in Tide are trying to tell the whole town.
I
Disregard
understand that.
that.
We just have
Let
to
me tell
stick
you,
to the
let me read
project
the
here,
first
and
paragraph
I've been
from our
very
comp plan.
lenient, sir.
Please. The first
Okay,
paragraph.
we can't do this anymore. I apologize. We have to move on.
All right, my question is the following. A lot of unresolved issues, I understand. If you approve it, who then does everything come back to? How many tanks, this, that, many, many questions? Is it just an individual after this, or will it return to this board, all these people here, then to resolve those issues? Because in the past, other projects I've seen in this town has a lot of final engineering when we make a decision. That has been a fact. I've seen it. I've been
The
here.
applicant has already agreed to come back for final
Understand.
plan review here, sir. Thank
Does
you.
that mean with all of us, or is that an individual, 1 or 2 people?
To this board. He's already agreed to that.
All
Thank
of
you.
us. Thank you. That's the end.
Just if I may respond to that before, I want to give you your time, but yeah, we don't have an issue coming back to final plan review. We've already said that at the very beginning when we came at preliminary plan. So there's no question that will be done, and so we'll do that. But I just want to remind the board that every request that you've made, we've amply responded to. We've hired the experts. We've gone back. We've presented more information. We've presented more clarification. We've presented more modification. We've provided your peer review, your town engineer with the information. We've met with the fire department. We've met with Stonebridge. We've met with North Tiverton. We've hired Par Engineering at the request of Stonebridge. We got Stonebridge's consultant to respond to the questions for water. So I wouldn't have a problem with extending because I've already extended. But the question is what remains? What are your questions? Do you have specific questions, specific concerns that you can point to that I can get the experts that are here or other experts to identify for you to further clarify, to further modify, to satisfy your quest for the information so that we can get preliminary plan? My position is that we have identified what we need to identify satisfactory for preliminary plan to go forward to final plan to be before the board to further identify it. Now, the comment that this hasn't been fully engineered is not accurate. This has been engineered. It's been engineered completely. What you're asking for are construction details that are not preliminary plan submissions. They are done at construction. Those are issues that are presented with the fire marshal, with TRC, with the building official. Those are done at construction. If you want them done at final because you believe it necessary, then make that a condition and tell me. But to continue for the purpose of continuing is not acceptable to us since we've been at this for 3 years. So we need, if you want to continue, we need clarification to point specifically with particularity what you're asking for and what information you need so that we can provide it. Other than that, I think we're ready for a decision. And I'm more than happy to allow the residents to continue to solicit information, to obtain information. We've made this a transparent and open process. We're not opposed to that, so. No, I'm not opposed to public hearing. I never said I was opposed to public hearing. I've been at a public hearing since November of 2025. And I've only seen you at 3 public hearings. I've been here since 2023 with master plan.
Director, questions
So
here.
we've had enough public hearings. And we'll have more, but tell me what specifically you're looking for. Point me to what information is deficient. Where's the gap? We'll fill the gap. We've done it. We'll do it again.
Okay, one final person, Ms. French.
And mine's just a comment. It's a sidewalk question is why I came tonight, actually, is, we keep talking about the sidewalks and it struck me that the businesses that, if I lived in this project, the businesses I would go to regularly would be the businesses on Fish Road. I might walk to the parking lot. I might want to watch a Longplex. I would want, if I wanted a pizza, I could walk down the road. Elaine's convenience store is right down the road, and so is the dentist. And these places are all in a shorter location distance than Main Road is, and on a flat surface. And if I walk down the Main Road, I'm not sure where I would go. And I like sidewalks, and I don't like to take out trees unnecessarily. And if I wanted to ride a bike, it would not be nice if it was internally going up and down Fish Road. But in reality, the commercial district that's emerging and that's been that's zoned is the highway commercial district, which has been thought to be changed to a general commercial district, and the commercial businesses that are already on Fish Road. And it's something that was never brought up and it's never been talked about. And I just wanted to throw it in there for consideration as to where people might go.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with regards to the sidewalk issue, we're not opposed to the sidewalk issue. And in reviewing the staff recommendation, we think it's a good idea for the developer to work with RIDOT and the town to facilitate a resolution of the sidewalk issue. The sidewalk issue is out of our control. It's within the purview of the RIDOT. If we can get the RIDOT and compromise with them and initiate that discussion with the town, we're more than happy to facilitate that. You documented it as a condition, proposed condition in number 5 and 6. We're more than happy to do that. We've said that repeatedly, and we've showed that on the plan. We'll continue to do that. But we've also identified that there are constraints that RIDOT has posed for this. But again, based on what the staff has recommended, we're not opposed to it. We'll help facilitate a discussion with the town and RIDOT with regards to trying to get the sidewalks there. We've committed to that. We've also done internal sidewalks and try to do an internal pathway. We'll continue to work with that, and we can make that a condition of final plan.
Okay. I'd just like to get the rest of the questions from the board and from the planning office. Are there any other questions here? Rosemary?
I would just like to say that I am very disappointed in the amount of time that we received this information. Again, tonight we received a plethora of information, and we don't have time to review it in depth to make a good decision. Yes, I've sat here and I've listened to a lot of comments. I have concerns, but I mean, I just don't feel comfortable
Stu, did you have anything else?
I think that the document that we received yesterday, which is the draft decision with conditions, with a lot of commentary, I think that that needs a lot of work. And I have everything that I would like to see in it in front of me now, but it's going to take a while to get through it. I am concerned that under a comprehensive permit, the planning board can come back at final plan stage and have an open public meeting and ask questions, but we can't actually vote on the final plan. As I understand it, a comprehensive permit project shuts the planning board out of making the final plan decision and gives that role to staff. And I'm uncomfortable with that. So I want to make sure that all of my issues are taken care of at preliminary plan. And I have not opposed this project, sir. I voted in favor of the master plan. And I think I've been very constructive during our deliberations on preliminary plan. So I am keeping a very open mind here.
So we're clear. I'm not saying you're not. I have to commend.
I noticed a bit of sarcasm a minute ago.
No, I apologize. Look, it may be the hour and the frustration, but let me just be clear. I mean, I've been before this board now for 3 years, and I need to commend the board for the effort that is put into this project and digesting the multitude of information that you've received. And look, we've made every effort possible to ensure that we've met the deadlines in submitting information at least 1 week prior to. That's what we've been asked to do, and we've done it. When we've been asked to do something, we've done it. I don't want to jam a decision for you. I want you to do the best you believe you need to do your job so that we can do our job so that we have a successful project. But at this point, unless you can demonstrate to me what other additional information you have, I would ask that you close the public hearing and then prepare your decision for the next meeting, and we'll give you that extension. But to just continue for the sake of continuing, we just can't afford to do it anymore.
To clarify Mr. Hardy's question about the final plan review, the applicant would return for final plan review and approval from the planning board. Correct?
Correct, yeah. That's
Is that good, Mr. Hardy?
So we would not just be present, we would actually vote on the final plan.
That's the condition that, as I understood, that the applicant had agreed to.
Yeah.
Mr. Mancini's shaking his, nodding his head yes.
Yes. So the condition, as I understand it, is to return to this board for approval, which would mean there would be a vote.
Right. Is that what you were looking for?
A vote on preliminary plan or a vote on
final plan? A vote on final plan.
So you.
No, the question was about the final plan, Mr. Hardy, about the applicant returning for final plan approval from the planning board as opposed to administratively as permitted under the statute.
Correct. So the process is preliminary plan approval with conditions, very similar to what we did in master plan. It was master plan approval with conditions. And the submission of the preliminary plan, we had to demonstrate satisfactorily completing the conditions of master plan, which we did. So I anticipate that a preliminary plan with conditions to proceed to final plan would operate the same way, meaning that we would have to satisfy the conditions of the preliminary plan for an approval of final plan.
From the planning board.
From the planning board.
I'm not saying anything about the preliminary plan decision right now. I'm just clarifying that condition for us.
Also, Todd, can I have a clarification? Is this a public hearing or a public meeting?
It would be a public meeting, I believe.
This is a public meeting right now or a public hearing?
Hearing.
This is a public hearing.
It's a public hearing or a public?
Hearing. It says hearing.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board here? Janice, Rosemary?
sections that we.
Alan?
Yeah.
Do you want to go in?
Now, we've been handling so far this meeting, section by section, going over water, going even different parts and bringing up individual expert witnesses. Now, there are a number of sections that people want to discuss. I can't see that those things are going to go out rapid fire in 3 minutes. And we have the people here that are going to want to speak on that, closing public discussion on things that we haven't even discussed yet. I don't know how that happens. We've only discussed water and fire, I think, tonight.
And height.
And height. There are issues of traffic, there are density issues, there are the safety issues, and all these different things that people came here tonight, I'm sure, to speak about, because I know there were some questions on that. And we're going to rapid fire through all that without public hearing. I don't know how that happens. You know, if they want to extend it and have another meeting and just get it done the way it's supposed to do, get it done. You waited 3 years, you can wait 1 month. I mean, it just trying to force us into a vote to, I don't know, maybe, I don't know why you'd want to do something like that, because I don't feel like we're satisfied yet. I just, it's personal feeling. That's just myself. I know there's issues that I wanted to discuss. I'm sure that we've raised a few more tonight. One specifically being that no one's mentioned is your application actually complete? Do we have a proper sign off? Is it the right water department now? Where does that come from? I don't even know about that.
We have certificate of completeness.
Why would you want to seal and get a vote on something if the plan is incomplete, maybe based on that? Why would you want to force a vote on something like that?
Because I have a certificate of completeness. I have a complete plan. I relied upon Stonebridge representations, and I have relied upon my own expert, Par Engineering. I'm satisfied, and I've satisfied the checklist of master plan, and I've satisfied preliminary plan checklist.
But if we're not,
I was here on May 9th.
If that information is incorrect, you want us to vote on something that we have, no one seemed to jump up and say that's not true when that was brought up. Who stood up and said, no, that's not right, it's Stonebridge? Everybody got really quiet and looked down. I'm like, wait a minute. What if it's wrong?
So we were here on May 19th, April 7th, March 3rd, February 3rd, January 7th, December 2nd, and November 6th, 2025. We addressed traffic. We addressed all those issues at all those public hearings.
Yeah, you asked
addressed
for
water.
extensions on many of those.
I did
Right,
to provide additional
Right.
information because you requested more information. We
Right.
provided more information. You had specific questions. What questions do you have now?
We're going to rapid fire through with no thing.
We're here. I'm ready.
Okay, we'll stay here all night. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm good. So what's your next issue? Let's bring up we'll bring up Molly and we'll talk about stormwater. What's your next issue? Give me a question and I can answer it. It's Stonebridge water. Stonebridge has represented to us that has the capacity to deliver water. We assume that they have the authority to deliver water. If they don't have the authority to deliver water, they should tell us now.
Maybe someone should come up and speak about that.
Okay. I have Bob here now.
Stonebridge should just answer. Say that. Not us to say.
I mean, how do we know?
Stonebridge's going to answer, I hope, right now.
Yeah, but if they're wrong.
When this project first came to us, they asked, can you supply water to this project on Sousa Road? We said, that part of Sousa Road is not in our district. That's North Tiverton. North Tiverton has to supply the water. So they went to North Tiverton at the time and they asked, can you supply water to us? And the response was that North Tiverton did not have the availability to provide capacity for that project. Not going into detail, because I don't know the detail, that was the response. So they came back to us and they asked us, they said, well, North Tiverton says they can't do it. And we said, okay. The only way we could do that is if it would have to come from Main Road, which is our main. But we would like a letter from North Tiverton that says we cannot supply capacity water for that project. At that time, the letter was presented to our board and we put it to the board. Do we want to supply water for this project from our Main Road supply? We have a letter from North Tiverton that said they will not supply water to that project. No specifics in the letter. That was the letter. So we voted, we said, do we want to go up? Our district goes 500 feet up Sousa Road. This project exceeds the 500-foot limit. Do we want to go up from my main road and supply water if North Tiverton has declined to supply water? We voted on it. We took legal representation. We passed it by our council. We passed it by our board members. We had discussion and we said, we can supply the water. We went to Northwest and we said, do we have the capacity? Everybody was on board. So we voted to go up from there. We have the authority to do that if we're going to be the only sole supplier. We would not do that if North Tiverton said, no, that's ours and we want to supply. Then we would not. We would say, okay, fine. God bless you. If you need any help, let us know. But we got a response from them saying that they were not going to supply to the project, and we could.
Okay, do we have a reason why they don't? You don't, but do we have a reason here tonight why they couldn't? They are here.
Yeah, let's ask North. So your question is why North Tiverton wouldn't supply water?
Yeah, it
Let's
came
ask
from
them.
that
It's right here.
gentleman's answer.
So the reason North Tiverton didn't supply water is like he stated, a capacity issue.
Capacity.
It would have put us over our 90% where we're comfortable at being, so that we can have extra water to help Stonebridge if they need it. And we just chose not to feed the development.
They made statement tonight that if there was a problem with Stonebridge, you'd be able to step in and cover it. You just said you don't have capacity.
Nobody's been to us with that yet.
That was what's stated tonight.
I don't
I
recall
believe that
who
was stated
stated
that
that.
it can come from either side and would be
I mean,
handled.
I know there was a question from the audience that asked if we could supply Stonebridge with this development that I spoke on.
Okay, so you can't, but so on the record now, you can't supply a backup there if something happens with this system.
I already answered that question earlier.
Okay, so you can't. Okay. So this
That's
is what we're
not how I
talking about.
answered the question, but I'm
Oh,
sure she
sorry.
has the notes.
Okay, sorry.
Do you want to hear
the answer?
Yes, yes, I want to hear the answer, not.
So just to be clear on the interconnection process.
Oh, yeah.
All neighboring water systems are encouraged by the state
Mm-hmm.
to have an interconnection capacity, should there be an emergency where they would need it. And that has happened before, both with us and North Tiverton and Portsmouth, just like it happens with Middletown, Portsmouth, Newport, or any other place that interconnects. So there's a natural interconnection between the departments, just so that we don't want to give the impression that the reason we do this is so that we can supply when others can't supply. That's not the reason why we do this. We do this for extreme emergencies when we need capacity so that water can continue to flow throughout the district.
Okay, I just felt that earlier when you were talking about that.
Stonebridge, could you wait just a minute? I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead,
just,
finish.
when you were talking about that earlier, I got the impression that you were offering that up as we have North Tiverton as a backup in case something happened. This is the tone. I think I'm not the only one who believed that.
We have North Tiverton as a backup should something drastic happen in the system.
Right.
I'm not going to say specific to this project at all.
Right.
I'm saying if there's a problem, if our filter beds go down for some reason, we have the ability to be able to draw, to be able to keep the tanks full in order to service the district. Should a tank go down for some reason, we have the ability to draw to supplement the tank we have with North Tiverton to continue to supply the district. That's the interconnection capability of it. It would never be used. We certainly wouldn't want it to be used to supplement our system to supply for a customer that somebody else could supply to.
Okay. All right.
Just two questions for Stonebridge, if you could clarify. One of the residents brought up an issue with, or a question on charter provision.
Yep.
You said your board voted on it. Was your charter changed?
No. Our charter, like many charters, outlines what you can do.
Right.
Because we are legislated And our board is governed through the legislation that created Stonebridge. The board has the ability to make decisions to benefit the system. This is one instance where we thought would benefit our system because, well, we provide a larger customer base, which obviously the more customers you have, the better the system can be. That's why we made the decision. If they cannot supply the capacity, then we can because of our proximity to it. So we would do it if they couldn't do it.
Okay. And there was a question on the water treatment facility. I know it was built, decades ago. It was mentioned that there will be I guess an inspection or a report, a review of that coming up later in 2026. Do you know when it was last done?
I don't understand which report you're talking about.
I'm asking about your water treatment plant, maybe the date of the last inspection, the date of the last evaluation. I'm concerned with the amount of water that can be treated and then put into your system.
Okay, the last comprehensive review was done in 2022. Actually, even started a year earlier than that. We're required every 5 years to do what they call a water supply system management plan, and every 5 year management plan, and we're required every 5 years to do an infrastructure replacement plan. And those were done in 2021 and 22. I want to correct a misstatement earlier by one of the board members who said that the plan was late. That's not correct. The water supply, both those plans are due every 5 years, not every 30 months. And we are on schedule. We're doing a very comprehensive engineering evaluation right now, which will inform three things. It will inform the comprehensive water supply system management plan. It will inform the infrastructure replacement plan, and it will inform a comprehensive engineering evaluation. We're doing all three, concurrently in parallel, okay? They will be produced on time in accordance with all the regulatory requirements. We're not late. So the last evaluation, a comprehensive evaluation, was done in 2022. So we're actually ahead of schedule as far as updating it. In those plans back then, there was an identification of capital improvement projects, among other things, with a prioritization. We're updating that now. In the interim period, the Stonebridge board has been moving forward. We've got certain design projects completed and approved by the regulatory agencies. Funding mechanisms are being put in place for construction funding, and we're moving forward we're laying out actually a 5 to 10 year capital improvement plan to upgrade both aspects of the water supply and treatment system and the water distribution system. Okay. And one other thing relative to this apparently ongoing question about supply and these interconnections, Stonebridge has the ability to receive water if they have a problem, whether it's a loss of treatment capacity, whether it's a line break. They can receive water through existing interconnections from both Portsmouth and North Tiverton. And there's a relationship and agreements between these three districts to supply each other water, okay? And in the case of North Tiverton, they can receive supply directly from Fall River. And Fall River has a substantial excess capacity, by the way. So all these systems have interconnections. So we can actually, if we had a very severe loss of service scenario, for whatever the reason might be, we can actually, Stonebridge can be supplied water from the two neighboring districts to satisfy day-to-day service requirements. Okay, so I want to be very clear about that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I just think I want to make one thing clear. So you brought up the monitoring and reporting violations, Cheryl. It is on. So you brought up the monitoring and reporting violations. We didn't say anything about them being late. We didn't make that accusation. I believe that was the one of the gentlemen from Stonebridge, the one who said he was out for a few months. I think that he was the one who made the comment about reports and
No, what I was just
being
referring to
submitted late.
wasn't reporting. It was, I'm sorry, I apologize for not,
Yes.
Mr. Hardy made a comment, unless I didn't hear it correctly, that he thought we were late on delivering the water supply system management plan, which he said on one hand was due every 5 years, but on the other hand had to be produced in 30 months. My response to that is to clarify the record was that we are actually on or ahead of schedule with all of these mandated engineering studies and reports that have to be supplied. The water supply system management plan ultimately goes to the Rhode Island Water Resources Board, and the infrastructure replacement plan goes to Rhode Island DEM. Rhode Island Department of Health.
Sir, I was referring to the water supply system management plan that goes to the Rhode Island Water Resources Board, and that's a 5-year plan.
That's correct.
So you last submitted something in 2022. My understanding of what you submitted in 2022 was not a full report, but a 30-month update, because my understanding, looking at the Water Resources Board website, is that you do a full report every 5 years, but every 30 months, which is, I guess, 2.5 years, they expect you to do an update. That's my understanding, looking at their website. I might be wrong. Maybe I misread it.
Well, I've been in this business 49 years, and I have never heard that. Okay, now maybe it's on the website, but I can tell you for a fact, we actually produced a plan in 2020-21, and we updated it in 2022, and that's when the clock then started again for it to be due in 2027. This is 2026. It's going to be produced before the end of the year. We'll be on or ahead of schedule, and that's the reality of life.
Adam, anything else? Okay. Susan? Planning office? Chris? Ed?
No, I just wanted to just sort of highlight some of the things that have happened throughout this whole process. I think it's been a process that I think really shows both the depth of what the planning board has asked, what the public has asked, as well as the developer making changes. I mean, when this started, it was a number of single-family houses taking up most of the site. It shrunk down to 10 buildings, keeping more than 50% of the site open space. It's now been further reduced to 6 buildings. And all of these things are trade-offs too. So the 6 buildings comes with more height. So the height allows for that reduction. So that's just that one in particular is a reduction of I think 900,000 or 90,000 square feet of impervious surface that is no longer impervious because of that. That's about the equivalent of a 450 car parking lot. So that's a lot of surface area that now has been shrunk down there. The height itself is at most it's 300 feet. That's the closest you'll ever see that. So it's 61 feet. You're really just looking up at a slight angle. It's much less of an impact than you would have if you're standing on Sousa Road looking at a 2.5-story house. And they're keeping the majority of the trees on the site. So I think there's a lot of things that this board and both the public have really pushed for that I think have improved this development. And I think it's been going in the right direction. And there are definitely some things that, again, the drop off of the school buses, picking up the school children, the walking trail, the amount of open space, the compact nature of the site itself. And I know there's a desire to connect this to both Main Road and Fish Road, but a lot of those are constraints that are beyond what the developer has control over. Again, there are some DEM issues related to water quality in the swales, as well as some of the issues with DOT. The only practical area to get out of this site and across Sousa Road to a sidewalk is sort of creating a mid-block crossing, which is a difficult thing for DOT. So there are a lot of issues trying to get people to Main Road, and it's quite a long walk anyway. So there's some difficulties there. But I think the difficult thing that this board faces, and I think Sally Black mentioned this too, is that you're operating under constraints that are unusual. These are constraints that you've got to operate under both the state law and the local ordinances, which gives you very little leeway in terms of this. And I think the board has done everything it can to make this project as good as it can be within that. But you have to operate within those constraints and make a decision, I think, based on whether it actually meets all of those requirements. So I think the board's done a remarkable job in terms of that. So I commend you on that.
Ed, did you have anything? Okay. Mr. Romano, if you can advise us the next steps.
I think you need to take a 5-minute break for the stenographer. Yeah.
Make a motion to recess for 5 minutes for break.
Let's keep it to 5 minutes.
Is that a second?
It's 11:31, Mr. Hardy, right now.
Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a second.
All those in favor? Okay, if we can settle down, have everyone's attention. Mr. Romano has a recommendation for the board.
It is now 11:37. Ms. Gomes had to depart. I think you've received a lot of testimony tonight. What I'm hearing from the applicant is they're not going to allow you to extend the time clock for purposes of more testimony, unless you have specific questions for them. I would recommend to you that we take them up on the offer, which I think has been extended, to close the hearing, come back for your deliberations and decision at that mutually agreed upon time. If you have specific questions of the applicant still, maybe we can get those in writing and have them respond in between now and deliberations. But that would be my recommendation. Close the hearing, schedule the next for deliberations and decision.
Does anyone want to make that motion?
Well, you'd have to clearly write it out.
Okay. And we also have to close, I'm sorry, we also have to close the public hearing?
Yes,
For that?
yes. All right, so my recommendation, Mr. Mancini, will you agree to receive written questions from the board between now and whenever we come back?
Absolutely. So I'll agree not to submit any new information until and unless requested of the board to do so. So if you have any particular questions or any information, we'll gladly answer that in writing or however you want us to do it. If you want us to bring back witnesses, we'll do that as well. But I think it's appropriate to close the public hearing, close essentially the argument, if you will, so that we don't produce anything more and you don't run into this issue of getting information at the 11th hour. I don't think there's any more information to give at this stage unless you have particular questions, particular concerns you want us to address. We will address those.
I'm sorry, I look dumbfounded because I'm just confused as to how we can close the hearing but yet still receive additional.
I'm not going to give you additional information. Only I'm going to address whatever questions you have. So that would be the additional information. If you want, if you have a question with regards to traffic, I've got to give you that information relative to traffic. I don't know if it's either going to require testimony from the traffic engineer or require a written submission from the traffic engineer. My point is I'm not producing anything new unless and until I have a question from the board relative to what the issue is, and then we'll address that.
Okay. Okay, and just, I don't want to neglect Mr. Jackson. Did you have any thoughts, sir? Or were you looking to submit something to the board?
I don't have anything additional at the moment to submit to the board.
Do you intend on submitting something to the board between now and the time we come back for deliberations?
I do not at the moment have authorization to submit opposing experts or further memos.
I'm not suggesting experts. It would be a memorandum.
Memorandum, yes, I would intend to submit a memorandum before the next hearing, but it would just be a memorandum of law. I wouldn't be submitting anything, like I said, any new testimony or any new witnesses or anything like that.
Okay.
So as it relates to closing the public hearing, I'm not intending on calling further witnesses.
Okay. Then I would propose the motion that the planning board close the public hearing subject to additional testimony or written report being received in response to specific questions from the board to the applicant, permitting Mr. Jackson, should he decide on behalf of his client, to submit a memorandum to the board, and for Mr. Mancini to have an opportunity to reply to that memorandum. Timing will be worked out based on when we schedule the next hearing, which will be for deliberations and decision, primarily, I'm going to say. Does that somewhat make sense to everyone?
Do you have a date for your next hearing?
We'll get to that in 1 second.
Okay.
Does that motion make sense? Rosemary? Stu, you good with that?
Adam? Okay.
Okay. So our next regularly scheduled meeting is July 7th. That's a very short turnaround for me to work with the board to solicit from it any specific questions it may have, or for the planning office to do so. Yes, ma'am. I'm a moron. Yeah. Ask them.
May I please ask you, could we please have this next meeting at the town hall where the acoustics are better and we can hear?
I would love to, Rosemary. I was concerned about the turnout tonight, and I didn't want.
I understand, so was I.
Okay.
But I mean, if that's at all possible. This has been, I have to watch the tape now of tonight's meeting.
I feel awful for you.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
I'll come over. We'll have
Rub it
popcorn.
in.
I would just like to request it be after our regularly scheduled meeting on the 7th. There's just not enough time to do it adequately before then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hold on. Cheryl, what else are we looking at for our July meeting?
All the new projects basically that Ed has lined up, and Chris, there's a lot going on for July.
Let me ask this. July 21st is our regularly scheduled second meeting. That's okay. Adam, July 21st, you available?
It's a Tuesday. Yes.
Which day?
Alan, July 21? Rosemary, Stu?
Yes.
July 21st.
Okay. Does that work?
John, that's good for you?
Yeah. Yeah, that'll work for me.
Jackson?
Yes, that's fine, but just if I may, what date would you like the memo by?
That's what we're going to work on now, going backwards. You know how this works.
July 21st. Okay.
Do we need time to, just to clarify, to put together the questions to allow Mr. Attorney Mancini to respond? So we've got to build in those two things.
That's right. So I'll do that one in 1 second. As far as Mr. Jackson's memorandum, if he submits that to you by July 7th, with a response date the following week from Mr. Mancini, and then you'll have it for a week. You'll have that a week before your meeting.
We could ask for at least a complete week or by the 13th.
Yeah.
So Ed can get it to us by the 14th, the latest. Chris? does
July
that work for
7th.
you?
Mr. Mancini,
7:14 is fine.
7:13 better?
7:13 is fine.
Thank you.
No.
I'll have to do the motion again.
Okay.
As to questions, Mr. Mancini, I will get to the questions to you from the board as soon as possible. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So again, the motion, I'll try to do it again, that I recommend. Planning board close the public hearing, subject to Mr. Mancini presenting additional witness or report in response to your specific questions. We're going to continue the matter to July 21st for deliberations and decision. Mr. Jackson is going to submit a memorandum by July 7. Mr. Mancini will submit a reply by July 13. And we will endeavor to get to Mr. Mancini our questions as soon as possible.
Okay.
That's kind of my motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Adam, I think there's one more motion. Is there anything else? Did we close the public hearing?
Close the public hearing and we continue.
So we're all set with everything.
Everyone's clear. Public hearing is closed and we'll
Motion to
continue to
adjourn.
July 21.
Motion to adjourn.
That's Rosemary's.
Oh, sorry.
Privilege motion, 11:47.
Thank you, Rosemary. Cheers, Senor.